Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming on in today. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for coming in. Got the spy voice going, but welcome. We got a brand new airport to check out. Birmingham looks really good, and there's even lumps in the runway.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Royalty noted.
Well, hey there, welcome on in. Thanks for stopping by today. We got a brand new airport, and I'll tell you what, this airport looks like it's going to be a really, really nice one for us as well. So thank you for coming by. Good to see you. I hope you are finally Friday is off to a good start and you got a weekend going, and that should be really nice too. A couple of thank yous as we get started. Anonymous Gifter gifted a sub to B777. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter. Paradise resub for 16 months. Martel has been here for 47 months. Thanks, Martel, for always being here and also being over on Patreon as well too for the morning videos. Tim Dog is gifting some bits. No, cheering gift bits. Thank you for being so pitiful. Thanks, Tim Dog. And let's see, Zegrabor, did I say that right? Zegrabor has been here for 2 months. Thanks for some really nice resubs and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming on in today. Been really enjoying checking the airplane out. Sunjammer does ask us, though, to please wipe your feet when you're coming in because it's Sunjammer's, one of Sunjammer's home airports here for sure. But welcome on in. The airport itself really does look nice. I haven't had a chance to look around inside the airport or anything like that, but it really does look like it's really nicely done everywhere you go. So this is definitely one. I picked mine up over at Contrail. It was very, very easy going, and I got everything working just fine. So this one's really nice. And it's nice to have this airport because the Birmingham airport is a little bit, you know, don't want to use the word notorious, but well, I've called it the roller coaster runway. I don't know if other people do. So most people wipe their feet when they, oh no. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Sunjammer is 7 miles down the road. So this really is Jammerland here. So we're going to be nice. No throwing beer cans out the window as we're taking off. Sunjammer says it's a plowed field. So let's, the runway itself. It's not the most stable ground. So the problem that they run into with the runway here is the ground that it's on is not that solid. So it, I don't know, is the word undulates a good word for what goes on here at Birmingham? It kind of goes up and down. Now, I think that the pictures that we've seen, the real world pictures show an awful lot more undulation and stuff. So Birmingham is lumpy and bumpy. Leeds is the roller coaster lift hill. Okay. And Ollie says we're going to fly over Ollie's back home house. So lots of what's the word? Solar panels here. But if you kind of come down here and get a little close to the runway, you're starting to see a couple of the little bumps. Again, I think they're probably a little bit subdued here, and they're bigger, or at least from the way they're photographed in the real world, they do look like they go up and down a lot more than this. But that's the Birmingham airport, and that's one of the cool things. Here in the UK, it's not Birmingham like we do.
Top clearance granted.
Coyote, thank you for the becoming a subscriber. Hey, first time subscriber. Thank you for subscribing and using your Twitch Prime. I know you only get one here. But this is it. So over here, it's called Birmingham, not Ham. And that according to a YouTube channel that I watch regularly called Jago Hazard. And Jago did a whole series on correct pronunciations and stuff. So we're over here. We've got the little lifty jet. We're going out to München today. There is no There is no Frankfurt Friday today, so we're heading on over to München today, or also known as Music. The Birmingham ILS is out of service because they have to recalibrate it because it moves because of the marshland. Yeah, it's marshland, which is, absolutely, insane to me that it does that. But so let's see. Frankfurt Friday, every now and then they take Frankfurt Friday off. All the controllers just take the day off, dogs. And thanks for a level 2 hype train as we get going. Let's hop in our airplane and get going though. Because we got how tut. Why are we tut-tutting, Martel? Did I forget something? Why is there a tut-tut going on? What did I forget? Gonna check with your trusty FB fly-by-wire. Okay, let's come on over here. Everything looks great. Frankfurt Free Day. Yeah, it's probably a free-for-all going on. Let's come on over here and grab, and we're gonna go and grab a jet. There's no jetway here. Well, then let's operate our stairs. Let's do service air, which is what they say. I see a jetway over here, but I guess that isn't in use. So we'll use some other stairs. I hope the stairs are coming. Here they come. It's been pretty well jammed. Yep, we get the dreaded bus this time. Or you mean the bus out to the airplane or the Airbus? Because I'm having a blast with these buses. Oh, speaking of updated airports, airplanes, PMDG updated all the 777s today. So how about if we do Memphis to Houston, which credit where credit's due. That is Loviz's idea, and do a cargo flight in all that. Let's see. I think we have to open our own doors here with this. So we'll get our doors open. The bus to the plane. See, Eurowings has just come in. And let's get going. 2-hour flight down there, so we've got to keep this rolling today. But thanks for being here. Let's see. Air operations, flight init, and data request. There is a delivery up. Birmingham Airport information, Victor. Still using runway 33. And they do have CPDLC here. Yay. Okay, so let's come on over here and receive messages. The load sheets aboard. And that looks good too. Okay, all of this looks great. And let's see. Flight management guidance. Computer, and the WinWing is working great since I switched over and started using MobiFlight for everything. I'm really enjoying that. It took a while for me to get there, as it does usually everything in my world, but okay, this is going to be a DLH. It's lefty 445. Yeah, somebody's got 441. I think they're going to Frankfurt to Doha or something. A really long flight today. Okay, come on over here. I did try to go and use another operational flight plan, the one from Lufthansa. And actually, you could also use the Air Berlin style of flight plan. This one just seems to have all the data that I've really gotten to the point where I like to use. Cost index is going to be 29. Going to go and get our winds, because everybody knows it's windy. Let's see. We are at gate. I have no idea. No idea. We're at the end of the row here, so not the complete end. Airport charts. Let's see. Facility. There's stands. Don't think we want tempo. That's going to be construction, right? I think that's construction. Airport ground. Yeah, that's going to be changes, and we're not flying the A380. Not flying the A380 today. We are at stand 59. 059. VATSIM radar, you're not seeing anybody. It was a Lufthansa flight when I was filing the flight plan about an hour ago. So it was about an hour ago, and it's sort of like, okay. Okay.
New recruit detected.
Got a new
Welcome
follower
aboard,
from
Agent.
Rudder Me Hard.
Stay sharp.
Did I say that name right? All right, let's come on over here. Oh, let's start aligning. Let's start aligning. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to go and do crew supply of oxygen. And let's come over here. And back another page. And let's do ATC request. Plus, it's a little late to change flight plans now. Hi, Canadian Aviation. Welcome aboard. Okay, we know we're at gate 59. Gate 59. Information Victor is good. And we are at EGBB. Echo Golf Bravo Bravo. Also known as Jammerland. And let's see. Chart metrics are based on active chat. I missed that. All right, let's come over here and send. And that is now out. Let's go back. Go back. Receive messages. Pre-departure clearance did indeed go out, so we'll just check it once, and then that makes it small. All right, all that looks really good. Let's come over here, and let's start our loading process. If you start it now, you have a decent chance of getting everything loaded and ready at pushback time. So load aircraft, boarding and refueling. 7.2 is our fuel. That's correct.
Boarding requested.
Boarding is requested.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives. And
Bob did a flight earlier from Bogota today. All right, we filed for flight level 370. 370. And let's go put in our preliminary numbers here. Quiart is doing a shrug. I'm missing some chat right now. I don't mean to be mean, but... and oh my gosh, that was fast. So let's look in here. DLH is cleared off a runway 33, ungap 1 mic departure. Squawk is 4235. 4235. And then we're going to go to 121. 121.930. Okay, that's it. Let's roger this. And send it. I think this is my first CPDLC in the UK. Quiart is a bit tired. You were helping a fellow in 2020 today. Canadian Aviation. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I missed a bunch of stuff. Posture check. Yeah, my posture sucks right now. And I think I missed a spy hat earlier. And a hydrate. Okay, missed those things too. Now we are properly equipped, right? An all-nighter. Wow. I don't know I could actually do an all-nighter anymore. 55.2 is my... Uh-oh.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
$55.2.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Slash.
granted,
Oh,
agent.
now all of a sudden I'm
Royalty
not
noted.
getting data on my... That's scary. The McDo, the Wind Wing, is not getting updated. The keys work, but nothing else. 30.3. 30.3. Let's see. CVZ, I'm Tom. Just did a resub. Hi, CVZ, I'm Tom. Welcome aboard. Let's go back to init. Yeah, the McDo's being a brat. Oh, it's happy birthday time for Quiart today. Happy birthday, Quiart. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're having I hope you're having a nice birthday. Okay, let's put the autopilot
to set the desired fuel quantity.
and the McDo back in and restart MobiFlight. Congratulations on birthday time. I hope you got some of your favorite snacks and stuff. I know, happy birthday time. Always fun to share a birthday. Appreciate you mentioning it in chat so we can have birthday cake and hats and stuff. Okay, and the McDo is now pretty much dead. That's no good. So let's turn off MobiFlight again. And let's try it a third time. We can live without that, though. Okay, MobiFlight's up again. Info, starting Phoenix, WinWing, CDU.Python. It looks like Python's dead. So that's not going to work. We'll have to point and click and do it the old-fashioned way. It's probably not a good idea to just restart everything from scratch today. Okay, let's see. Let's do fuel numbers. So, this isn't good either. That's not good either. That the iPad is not showing up. We may be doomed. Taxi is 0.150. 0.150. When two things fail, it's probably good to restart and stuff. But I'm not going to do it quite yet. 0.608. 0.608. Maybe today's a good day for my first rage quit. You can refresh the tablet and it will come back. 1.14. 1.14 is alternate. And final is 1.006. We'll just call it 1.0 and fuel planning. Fuel planning's green. Yeah, it's all just basically visuals. So let's see. To do this little refresh thing, I think what we need is we need the Phoenix app. Show the window. And I think we come in here and restart it, right? I think we just do the restart down there. Well, restart isn't being very good right now, is it? Well, that's not working out so well at all. No, we go to settings. Go to settings, and can we refresh here? Error. Error refreshing printers. You have lost connection with the simulator. We's gonna die. I think too many things are breaking right now. Sim settings, reboot EFB, confirm. Let's see if that works. Unable to connect.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set
The Phoenix app is working. Although the Phoenix app, it won't restart. I think I'm kind of screwed right now. I think I'm a little screwed. I think I better restart, or else this is just going to be a problem for the whole flight. I think I'm just going to be really screwed here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see, is everything clear out of here? Good. Let's just do this and this. Let's see, Boris Audio is nice for the 737. I broke it by pressing the restart button in the wrong app. Okay, so clearly I have no business being a flight simulator pilot. Should we go and do the, should we go get the C-130 from DCS World? C-130, you say? What's that all about? Polyot was telling me that a C-130 is being released for DCS World, and it's pre-release right now. If you buy it now, it's 30% off. And what was really interesting about your post was this is an airplane in DCS World that comes with shared cockpit. In DCS World? Holy moly, I haven't heard about it. So that's really pretty cool. So that's kind of a new thing. Hi, Irishman. Welcome aboard. Jamie says to stretch. We ought to do that while we're waiting here. So I don't know when that's going to be coming out, but you know, if you know it's an airplane you want, and I'd kind of like the C-130 because James Bond flew a C-130 in, I think it was Living Daylights. 007 was, they had a C-130 in the Living Daylights that 007 was flying. So, I mean, the spy flight's got to learn to fly that, right? So that could be kind of cool. All right, let's come over here. I'm going to refresh Moby Flight as well. Yes and no. There's multi-crew in the F-14 and the Apache as well. So that's kind of cool. Sparky's is back. T-minus 1 hour until Irishman's processor shows up. Yeah, and Mr. Posh Martin has a new computer too. He flew also something in GoldenEye, right? GoldenEye, that was the first Pierce Brosnan. Well, it was that small little airplane that he jumped off the side of a cliff to catch up to. In, you know, only the way that 007 can do. Howard and Andrew did a 3-man multi-crew in the Lancaster. Oh, really? DCS release the aircraft 2 to 3 weeks after they start the pre-release. If you order the pre-release, you get 30% off now. Now, the thing about DCS airplanes is some of them can be a little scary pricey. So, you know. And I've also had a real hard time flying DCS World and live streaming at the same time. I mean, just the FA-18 Hornet and, you know, Berlin and stuff can get really choppy for me. But then if I'm not live streaming, it's pretty good. Okay, I guess we're just going to wait here. See if we can get everything working again. DCS C-130 comes with airdrops, humanitarian, Coast Guard ops, and the ability to drop a MOAB. That is that really big, like, firebomb and stuff, right? I would definitely do the Coast Guard and humanitarian. I'm not that big on bombing people. It's the, a mother of all bombs. MOAB, the mother of all bombs. I don't know. I think the mother of all bombs would have been if I'd tried a career in comedy. Now, that would have been the mother of all bombs. Right there. Okay. Gates are moving around here, so we're going to have to choose another gate. The official name is Massive Ordnance Air Blast. I think it was in the process of crashing. I had lost the Windwing McDo, and then my EFB started hiccuping, and I just felt like we're in trouble. Let's restart. I know, Humber, what could possibly go wrong? Welcome to my world. I mean, that's really the world of the spy flight, so. Okay, let's try this again. EGBB. Birmingham. A new airport, and it does look really nice. And let all this catch up. And then I have to go change the map because it won't move the damn clouds. So you have to do it every time. It's sort of like that's making it a big problem. Okay, we're going to have to grab another gate. Somebody's got ours. So we'll grab another gate. Okay. Hi, Epic Gaming. Welcome in on YouTube. And does anyone feel, did anybody feel the earthquake or the tsunami? Okay, here comes the Phoenix app again. Always, you know, let it do a couple of these cute little scenes here. And once it smooths out, then I'll hit ready to fly. Go ahead and move this over here. And then if, you know, it's usually going to flash around and stuff like this. It's nice and smooth and flow. I thought that the trailer video was great. I did see it. I really enjoyed that. I thought the trailer video looked awesome. A330 driver did a nice video on the proper way to open and close an Airbus door. Oh, look at that. There's a Goofy Bird over there. All right. It's well worth your time. WinWing will have a C-130 FMC coming out soon. Oh, yeah? No kidding. That's going to be awesome. All right, let's go and snag VATSIM. Actually, it does look like the traffic's thinning out a little bit, but still, we've got a long way to go and not much time to get there. That's right. Closing them is a pain because there is a gust lock. Like there's a gust lock on this door. So if you come over here while I'm waiting for this, so there's this gust lock right here. So you have to press the gust lock on the door and then have to grab the handle and then all the way down. So you have to do that one for sure. And then come back here and sit down. There's, okay. And now we'll go to ground services, close that door. And that door should be closed. That's good. And I'll bet we have a jetway over here, so GSX will do the jetway for us now. Operate the jetway. Okay, and we're back on VATSIM. Okay, so that looks good. My flights, tap to import. And we're, yeah, the captain's window, but the whole thing about the captain's window is there is a special little, there's a special little gust lock on that too that you have to watch out for. That's right, Lufthansa can afford to use the jetway. Okay, jetway should be in place. Doors are open. Power's on. We can operate the cargo doors. And here comes our doors. Cargo doors. And that looks good. Airplane comes to life here. Got to run through all this again. ASUS. Air operations. Flight init. There is a little catch. I believe it's in the track of the window. I think it's in the track of the window. And that's how it's the gust lock catch. So when you open the door, it slides all the way open and catches. Look in the track. There's a little button, I think, that you would press. Okay, we've already got a clearance. I think that that's probably still good. Mass and balance and load. GSX. There we go.
Fueling truck is on its way.
Okay, and now with that, let's see.
Please don't
Hey, the McDo works.
and ask to do it.
If the McDo is working, then all is right in the spy world. How did we live without McDo's and autopilots before? It's more than just a catch. You press down rather than a button. Okay, DLH445. All right, let's try and do this the fast way. Cost index is 29. Flight level 370 is cruise. And wind request, because everybody knows it's windy. We got to do the McDo. No, I don't want you to do that. I gotta turn that off. That's becoming annoying. That has become annoying. And return. And page B. There's page B. 55.2. And page 2 is 29.7.
Fuel truck is in position.
And there's our zero fuel weight center of gravity, accept
Load aircraft until
and
fuel
return.
arrives and ask to do it.
Okay, this all looks good. Let's do our fuel numbers. 0.150, 0.608, 1.14, and 1.06. All of those numbers look good, and fuel planning is great. Okay, was there a glitch on the speed indicator? No. Hey, Rogue Pixel. I think you're looking for exclamation point next for our next flights. And that is for a, that one is for the update on the 777. The 777 got an update. We don't need tempo. We don't need the A380. And we should have the ungap 1 mic. We didn't get the ungap 1 mic. It didn't give us our departure. Ungap unmic. All right.
Please use your airplane
Departures.
fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Is this the ungap? No, that's the Mosin. Ah, there's ungap right there. There's ungap. And then, important with the Lido, go to SID points and find your departure. Add MEX and there, grab that because that's going to give you your climb clearance. And our initial climb is 6,000 feet. Otherwise, you'll get yelled at. All right, that looks good. And now our charts are good there. Coming on in to München, SimBrief gave me the Roki arrival. I don't think we're going to do the Roki arrival, but you will need the transition from Rokel because that's usually what they do. So instrument approaches. And look down here. Non-directional beacon, RNAV from those are okay. Those are the RNAVs for. We need the other RNAV arrivals. There. Nope. RNAV transitions. 26 left and right. This is the one you're gonna need. And we're going to come in via LMOX Durham. Okay, we'll come in and pick it up at Rokel. And that should get us in there. And those are the transitions for the 8s. And we want both 2-6 left and right because they could flip the runways on us either way, and you'd never know. Captain Moose is in chat. Hi, Moose. Hey, happy Friday. Okay, airport charts. We also need to get airport parking east and west. I don't care about the tempo charts. And that should be good all stand. The map looks like a detective string theory. It takes a little bit of time to get used to it. I'll tell you one of the reasons I'm the most goofy about these, though, is when you're doing an intersection departure, one of the things is if you're doing an intersection departure, it gives you, so let's say, we're departing on 26 right at München, here, and they give us the A12. This gives you the number that you need for your space that you subtract. So that gives you your full. It's easier to find a shorter runway length here than elsewhere, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of like these. It's just a little easier to find. My clerk sent me the final agenda for the Delta road trip next week. Dinner with the exec team, 4 meetings, board meetings, then home and bed. Are you still going to have time to go to? Are you still going to have time to go to the Volcano Burger place, Vortex? Humber, it's smoky as hell out there. So I will apologize for the excessive amount of sexiness in my voice. Lido, I do like the Lido style. It's good. There's some things that the Jepsons are good for too. It's great that we have the option of both now. Mar Jacob Ismail, did I say your name right on YouTube? Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. Would the owner of the green Skoda your headlights are on? She carved out time in your calendar for dinner on day 2. Really? Oh, I hope you get to try that out. It's become slightly infamous here on the Spy Flight. All right, let's go ahead, and our clearance says we are departing off of runway 33. So runway 33, we're doing the ungap 1 mic departure. No transition, and out we go. Humber, oh yeah, tomorrow we will be. Our first flight, it looks like they're going to try and do a Kiev online. That normally doesn't work out. Loviz mentioned that to me, that they're going to try and do the Kiev online and try to be supportive of those controllers. So we may depart out of Kiev and go someplace. It's our first flight tomorrow. Coming into München, my guess is we'll go with what SimBrief gave me for now. So 26 left, and we're coming in. I'm going to go no star, and my VIA is going to be, the Roki 26 is what we want. It's the Roki 26 arrival, and insert. That gets that in there. Passengers are aboard. Let's get the flap open. Forgot those. And this. Okay. So if you don't know, so Polyot's got a business trip over to Atlanta. And ever since we started flying in Atlanta, like one of the first people to ever discover the Spy Flight is TripTaker. And TripTaker lives in Atlanta. And TripTaker was mentioning that there's this place to go called Vortex. Like in the airplane has wingtip Vortex, right? It's called Vortex, and Vortex is okay. Fuel is good. Why aren't we loading? Why aren't you loading? We need to load the passengers, GSX. Let's see. Board passengers now. Come on, yeah. And so one of the things that they have at this restaurant in Atlanta called Vortex is what I call the volcano burger. It's got another name on it, but it is a very, very hot burger. In fact, they use a thing in there. They call it the atomic death sauce or something. And it's super duper spicy, and most mere mortals can't eat it. Dinner with the Delta leadership is going to be at Marcel's, which is a nice steakhouse, if your clerk is to be trusted. Vortex might not go well. No. The skull entrance might not be great. On the other hand, it could be these are like normal people. I don't know. No idea what to expect. But yeah, I would probably, you know, a nice steakhouse would be good. Longshanks just did a resub.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
I did, and I guess I started it over on the other one. I mean, we're fueled, but I don't know why it is that GSX didn't board us. Very annoying. Very annoying.
These include laptops, handbags, duty-free and loose items.
Two of the executives are okay, but one is a bit of a twat. Okay. And it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know what's happening with O2s. You can't refuel the plane anymore. Really? I did just get an update, and I was actually having a problem with a few things in GSX yesterday. There was another update that I found today, and the updater actually works today. So I did update GSX today, and I think it's probably fine. Oh, every time it updates, though, you have to go back into settings to check, so there won't be passengers sitting in this flight. But you'll see them board, but they won't be sitting back there. Okay, we're loading stuff. I actually really do like this one. The 737-800 is not available without doing some serious gymnastics and stuff. You know, with in Flight Sim 2024, you know, to use the PMDG airplanes, you have to spawn on a runway with engines running, taxi to the gate, shut down, and then you can go and start your flight. Now, when PMDG does open up the, you know, does send the 737-800 into 2024, then I will be there. I used to fly that thing all the time, but right now, it works so much better for me in 2024 than 2020, then that's why I don't do that. And the hard part about it is, you know, if I'm flying the Airbus today, someone's always going to say, how come you never fly the whatever other airplane? And I try to mix them up a little bit. On the other hand, one of the reasons that my landings suck so bad is because, to be honest, I fly a different airplane almost every flight. And so that's why, you know, my landings are never any good. Okay, here is 121.805. See if we hear anybody over on ground. Let's see, we do have a squawk code.
Hello, Birmingham ground.
4325.
07 X Kilo Birmingham ground. Continue to hotel to 7, expect standard 3.
Say again, please. Be allowed to make a kilo.
Okay, we're loaded here. Where are the damn passengers?
Continue Delta 2.
Boarding passengers now. Come on. There are some, well, one of the reasons is that yesterday's landing was good is because I'm getting a little more practiced up in my Airbuses.
Ground or log in from
I mean, that's...
Tango Bravo. I'm punching the wrong direction, but
That's part of the reason why it is that, all right. I think GSX is hung up. Reset. All right. Oh, gosh. Super annoying when this blows up. Import it again. Yes, yes, I know we're late. All right. Come over here. Load the airplane instant. I don't have time for this. Okay, all that looks really good. 140, 140. All that looks great. Ground services will close all the doors. Toggle the jetway. And that'll take care of that. Now then, we should have a final... Yeah, we got 2 more load sheets now. This one was the same one. The final load sheet... Yep, that's it. 55.2. That's correct. 30.3. No, it's 29.7. We need to change that. And we need to do a slash first and then 30.7. There we go. 30.3. Okay, that looks better. Block fuel is 7.22. And fueling is aboard. And all that looks good. I know, by magic, everybody else is aboard. Okay, APU is up. External power goes off. Off, on. All that looks good. I bet we still have a little bit of time. 2 minutes for IR alignment. Did the jetway go away? Yay, the jetway is gone. Let's go ahead and prepare for pushback and departure. Prepare for pushback and departure. Okay, we're done with the GPU. Parking brake is on, chocks and cones can go away, and that's going to clear everything on that chart. Let's do departure perf. Runway 33, sync the final load sheet, sync the current weather. It's 10:18, and all of that looks good. EGBB ATIS, information whiskey. 1018 over here. 1018 over there. And 1018 down here. 1018. I think the alignment just got done. Let's see. FlashDuck is going to do a 3.5 hour road trip. Really? FlashDuck, are you going to hang out with us while you're or are you driving? And that's not safe. Can you tell us where you're going, or will that blow your cover? We would not want to blow your cover. We would not want to blow your cover. And will there be wisecracks on your truck? FlashDuck is going from New York City to the end of Long Island. So it's going to be kind of a long drive. Otherwise, you'd be going to Short Island, right? Just like that. Okay, all of this looks good. Everything's clear there. EGBB. I'm going to get the radio back on. Airport ground chart. You do not want to do a long drive off Short Island. No. And that's the long and short of all that. All right, nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Over to performance. Performance data is good too. I think we're finally getting ready to leave. Now, I'm just going to come on over here and make sure I've got a squawk code. Let's see. 4235. I'm squawking the wrong frequency. I think I dyslexia this. Yep. Clear, clear. 4235. All right. Now we're doing the right squawk.
Yankee, Delta, correctly, Victor, Delta, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Okay. GSX is really having a problem today.
Delta, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Now it says it's boarding passengers. I think GSX is really messed up right now. It says it's got a problem. Okay. This is why you keep pushback helper on your desk. All right, I think we're ready to go now. Check the ATIS. I mean, stuff is just not working today. I wonder what's going on. Right-clicking the crocodile in the taskbar. Right-click the crocodile in the taskbar. Oh, that's the... Restart it that way. Okay, I re-clicked the crocodile in the taskbar. The Gators are upset, though. Thank you for that. Birmingham ground, hi there from Lufthansa 445. We are at gate 40 with information whiskey, requesting startup and pushback.
Lufthansa 445, did you get your clearance from the previous controller?
I did get the clearance. We are currently squawking 4235 on the ungap 1 mic departure.
Lufthansa 445, thanks, and 40 push and start approved.
Push and start approved. Lufty 445, thanks. Shall we go?
Right, 368 Golf, Sun 72, request push and start.
Runner 368 Golf, Sun.
When all else fails, this is why we keep this little guy
Push
here.
start green, right, 368 Golf.
Oh no, Volanta. I had Volanta working earlier. Man, like nothing is working today. Now it wants me to do other things. It wanted some Gatorade.
Hi
Robert, welcome aboard.
Algebra 11 Mike, squawk 1457. Correct.
And getting a good start over here.
Volanta offline. Again.
I think there's all sorts of other stuff. It didn't do the sound when you said it. I know, Humber today seems to be like that. We do have to spend a lot more time fixing things, and that's getting annoying. Starting engine number 2. That being said, the latest update here. You think, does Stormy need to be reset there, Polyot? It can't be that can't be the reason why we're having all this trouble, right? Maybe I need to be reset. Okay, terminal apron, and we're going to be holding short of whiskey. Did you drop a dad joke of the month? Guiard is topping up the coffee. Yeah, maybe a stronger drink. Polyot says perhaps the restart of the day would be a good idea. I could go for that too, in a way. Okay, that looks good. Good and good. The other hard part about what's going on here, these airplanes that we're flying, these are complex airplanes, for sure. And our sims are getting a lot more complex, and there's a lot of moving parts in these things, and we kind of have to make sure that all the ducks are in a row. That's why, you know, I start pre-producing stuff for the spy flight 3 hours before the spy flight. Up 0.5, flaps are going to be 1, speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are max.
Ryanair 368 Golf, request taxi.
Runway 368 Golf, hold position on point.
Say again for 368 Golf.
Hold position.
I have not
Hold
tried
position,
spearfishing.
368 Golf.
EG 784 uniform, hold position, flyback.
Birmingham ground road to J Alpine 7988, vacated runway 33 under taxiway Alpha.
7998, Birmingham ground to Los Angeles, taxi Delta, hold Delta 3.
Delta to Delta 3 Alpine 7988.
EG 784 uniform, in fact, are you able to make push on Delta facing north?
784 uniform.
I don't think we have a frog sound. Maybe that would be a good thing, because things here can be so riveting.
Hello, Birmingham ground, Lufthansa 9 Mike Alpha on gate 4 with information whiskey aircraft 8321, request Alpha to Frankfurt.
Lufthansa 9 Mike Alpha, Birmingham ground below, clear to Frankfurt, on gap 1 Mike, squawk 6306.
Ollie has a yellow flag on the field.
Clear to Frankfurt, rider Umgab 1 Mike, departure squawk 6006.
I'm going to start sneaking up to the whiskey hold point here.
Break, Ryanair 368 Golf, taxi Victor, Delta, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Victor Delta Sierra, hold Sierra 1, Ryanair 368 Golf.
Uniform A, so we could make face south onto Delta 5.
Face north, so Delta 6, is that fine?
781 from negative, then we will only be able to set with west onto whiskey or south onto Delta.
Okay, roger, hold position.
Thank you for your service. I'm coming to bye-bye.
Thanks, fine, bye.
Birmingham, Lufthansa 441 pushed and started from 40, requesting taxi.
Lufthansa 445 Birmingham, taxi Delta, Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Delta Sierra, hold short Sierra 1. Lufthansa 445. And I've also got another call sign today. All right. Radar, predictive wind shear, and test. And here we go, finally. Let's see. Cupboard with canned foods. I actually do have a... I do actually have what you might say a little survival kind of a thing.
Easy 784 uniform after the Lufthansa 390 back straight left 42 pushing start approved.
So, you know, coffee, some other things, batteries, yeah. I have a bunch of rechargeables that I use. But yeah, prices, things are going to get chaotic and crazy, so you actually have to, you know, start preparing for certain things.
Oh, so 368 Golf 1 to Unicom, bye-bye.
Unicom Ryanair 368 Golf, thanks here.
Delta and Sierra. One of the other things that I'm starting to try and do is with, you know, stuff that's important every day, you know, everyday kinds of food and stuff like that. I've been, not waiting until stuff, runs out. So, like, I like the Newman's Own marinara sauce. That's really pretty good here in the U.S. Plus, the Newman's Own company is really cool for a lot of reasons. So I've got, a bottle that I'm using right now in the refrigerator and a bottle on the shelf next to the refrigerator when that rolls up, is done. And so before the bottle in the refrigerator runs out, I'll pick up another one and just have a few standing by. So basically, if there's going to be some sort of craziness, I'm good for like 2 months. Humber, somebody had flight 441. It was a Frankfurt to Dubai flight. Unicom for 445, thanks for some ATC at this nice new airport. Have a good weekend. I don't have Discord going up right now, Martin. I'm sorry. I've really kind of gotten to the point right now where things are getting a little bit oversaturated as far as distractions, and so I'm trying to turn a few things off when the live stream's going. I mean, there's just been too many times that I'm taxiing, off the taxiway into the grass. Well, what is it? There's a company called Majestic that's going to be doing a dash. No, they're doing a Q400, I think. Thing is, it's not an awful lot of people, and it's only, it's sort of, the dash or the Q400 is sort of their secondary job and stuff, so.
Birmingham traffic, Skywalker 05 Bravo, 3 mile final, runway 337.
Birmingham traffic runner 368 Golf, airborne passing 1,200. Birmingham.
Stug TV, it's good. The Majestic Q400, that's right. That's what it's going to be. Okay, we've got a landing traffic. They're a 3 mile final, and then we'll line up and wait and take off as soon as they clear. Birmingham traffic, the Lufthansa 445 is holding short of 33. We'll line up and wait after landing traffic and take off as soon as traffic clears. Birmingham. I think so, and for me, it hasn't been great. There's our landing traffic. And out we go. Birmingham traffic, Lufthansa 445 is departing runway 33, departing to the south. Happy landings, Birmingham. And engines coming on up. And manual flex SRS is set. Runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. But the captain doesn't have any Colombian coffee. We're gonna die. All right, let's test out the Birmingham lumpy runway. All right, there's some bumpiness there. We see the nose V1 and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Happy landings, Birmingham. We'll be back.
Low traffic, it's 2 minutes and we're gonna line up in the next arriving traffic.
And flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. There goes our flaps. Got some roads up here. Some nice housing. And it looks really nice today. All right, München, here we come. Tell them to start chilling out the air brow for us. You can fly from the cabin in an awful lot of stuff here. I'm sure some of them are very nice houses. I was just saying it's good-looking scenery outside the airplane. I'm sure there's some nice ones and some not so nice ones. I guess there's not a lot to see outside here. And stop at 6,000 feet. Mr. Posh Martin's stepdad is from Birmingham. We were seeing the best bits of Birmingham now. It's now behind us. Pauliette says, Birmingham, the city where an 8-year-old threatened to stab you because you do not smoke. I do have weather radar on. I think we need to go, though, to... Oh, I need to reset some of these. I have a couple of newer views that I'm using with the bus here. There we go. I do have this set, but I need to go to weather. Okay, and turbulence. There we go. Hi, Captain Beanie. Welcome aboard. You were they threatened to stab you because you don't smoke. Well, I don't think I'd fit in well there. If I get around smoke, I turn green. Humber, in this airplane, it's super duper simple. Come on down here. System 1. So system 1 is on. Predictive wind shear goes to auto. And I usually go to weather and turbulence. I don't mess with any of the other. Auto, the tilt is inoperative. It doesn't work right now. And that's it. And that's how I do it. That's how I do that. It was when you were doing some shopping before Silverstone for the F1. There was icing at flight level 210 in Vancouver today. Yeah, I know. How about that, Queer? Smoke or die? I sort of like, well, and I know it's a decision that everybody gets to make their own, but still. And altimeter, standard, And standard. Okay, now smoked salmon is very, very good. Of course, it is fatal for the salmon. We should acknowledge that. 1013. It should be on your screen right now. It shows WNT and it is green over here. So if there was anything to see, it would be there. Teetotaler for 5 years now, personal choice. Oh yeah, you do notice that about some people, especially when you stop drinking and you see them, that it can get really nasty. You know, like everything, it's one of those things that's, you know, everybody's a little different. We should be continuing our climb here at UNGAP. And that airplane is probably coming on in here. They're 1,600 feet above us. I'm just going to stay here till they pass us. Yeah, that's also true. I've noticed quite a bit. Okay, we're gonna miss that airplane just fine. Ollie has had a cigar with alcohol. My one experience with cigars was when I worked for this one guy in, do I not have TCAS on? Terra, and everything's on. So I worked at this one place, and the boss of that company always liked to sign up those of us that were on air to go with him to participate in not celebrity, but like business captain's choice charity golf tournaments. So basically, it's a Thursday afternoon, and you know, Thursday at about 10, you show up at the golf course, and a bunch of people pay money to to play golf, and all the money goes to a charity. So it's a good cause kind of a thing. And working at a TV station, we wanted to do good causes and stuff, so we would do those sorts of things. So he was always citing us. You know, I did the weather and some of the news people and the sports people. The sports guy was great at golf. Roy was pretty good at golf. Whatever news person would do that, and I was always the weather person who was volunteered to do that sort of thing. And so, nobody's gonna accuse me of being Jack Nicklaus or anything like that. I'm just not great at golf. But I was a sporty guy. Well, we were going to this one place that was in this one part of our viewing area where the mosquitoes and the gnats and the bugs were terrible. I mean, we all knew that we were going to come out of there and just get eaten alive. So we all brought bug spray and everything like that. Well, Roy, he bought us all these small, stinky cigars. And he says, oh no, just light it off, and just puff on it, and that keeps all the gnats and the skeeters away. You're right. And so here we go. And we're playing, and by the 8th hole, I'm starting to turn green from puffing on this cigar. I mean, I'm certainly not going to inhale, so I'm just puffing on it. I'm starting to turn green. By the 10th hole, I'm looking around, and is there a place to go and, vomit? I mean, now, so Roy, and I'm in the golf cart with Roy, and he's, of course, he's driving around, he's got his cigar, and he's happy as hell. And I'm turning green, about ready to blow chunks all over the golf course and stuff. I didn't, because about the 12th or 13th hole, there were these golf carts that drove around that was a mobile drink stand. And so this guy, and Roy bought me a really nice, of all things, ginger ale. A cold ginger ale. And the cold ginger ale is, I think, what saved me. And it's sort of like, after that day, I will never touch another one of those again. It was awful. But it was hilarious as hell. Everybody got a good laugh. And my nickname on the team was Aquaman. Because if we're playing, you know, the ninth hole and the 12th hole has a water hazard, my ball is going to find the water hazard. I was just that guy. You know, that's where if I'm shooting over to the left, it's going to go over to the right and get in the water. So I was Aquaman on the team, but that one day was my one big experience with a long day of tobacco, and never again. But the ginger ale, I think, saved me. Well, that's right. Sometimes you've had to do that. Pauliette, you have to do that with clients. I sincerely hope that you don't have to do that in Atlanta, because that is going to be unpleasant as hell this time of year. You knocked your ball ricocheted off a tree onto the green? Really? Flying Winnebago watched Happy Gilmore 2 with your wife last night, and it was surprisingly good. I'm guessing there's golf involved. The only golf movie that I ever watched was Caddyshack. It's about the only one I can handle. Ollie likes Nicaraguan cigars. They're much better than Cubans. Okay, finally, München, here we come. München. And I'm just climbing our way out of here. And I think we're done with the departure. And we're good to come in there. These charts work really good now. Funny how people sue you when a CRJ ends up upside down. Golf was mentioned, but thankfully there's no time. 2 major lawsuits at the moment, so you've got to discuss serious stuff. Well, I'm still absolutely in awe of the professionalism of the flight and cabin crew of that CRJ. The fact that they got everybody out of a cabin that was upside down with, you know, there were some injuries, but nothing, I'm guessing, horrific. I don't know. I just think it's amazing that they got most of the people off of a cabin that was, so people are basically, I'm guessing, hanging upside down in their seats, held by their seatbelts, right? I just, that cabin crew and the flight crew that got the passengers off, 3 cheers. That's right. That kind of training kicks in with those people. Absolutely in awe of those kinds of people. We heard there was 2 bags of money on the airplane too. Truthful Dread likes a Monte Cristo supply, and there was 2 bags to a few $1 million on the airplane. Really? Wow. I know that one of the things is you're not supposed to take your carry-on with you when you get off an airplane like that. The thing is I always keep, you know, my wallet and my passport and everything, you know, in my bag, which I hold on to so that nobody can rip it away from me, because I don't want to put it in my pockets. Well, your opinion might change soon depending upon who gets in the news. Oh my God. Something about Bitcoin. Humber, how long have I been flying on a PC? Well, I've been flying simulated airplanes since the first flight simulator from it's not who did it? FS Logic. There was a really old flight simulator that I played on my Commodore 64. And Sublogic, that's it. It was the Sublogic Flight Simulator was my very first one. And that was about the time that I was doing my private pilot license and stuff. And I thought it was great. Flight Sim Aviation. I was thinking about upgrading Stormy this year, but with the world, especially in the United States, in chaos, I don't think now is the time to spend money unless you have to. I really feel like I'm trying to, with the exception of a box of chocolates or something like that, I'm trying to save every cent I can because you just don't know what's going to happen. So plans to update the PC as long as Stormy is working good is just let's, leave it alone and hope it works. Cuillard is now hungry for a Monte Cristo sandwich. Halifax to Toronto is a nice route. We've done that a few times. Our next flight, though, is going to be Memphis to Houston in the updated 777. And that's going to be a nice flight. But yeah, that's understandable about that. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Climb power is good. Let's see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM. I figured with the release of this airplane, there would be ATC all over Birmingham right now. I figured that it'd be everywhere. Is the sun coming out on your plane? Riley McCaig, did I say her nice? Beautiful areas around Houston. We are going to fly into Houston a little bit later on today. That's our next flight. And then after we land in Houston, we can depart from Houston or go someplace else, or we could make it an early Friday. That's us going out over there. We're going to München. München is still on the 26s. Let's see. Friday evening, weather is nice. Everybody is in a beer garden rather than controlling. Maybe that's part of the reason. I don't think we have anything like a beer garden here. But there was a place that we would go back when I was working on the west side of the state. There was a burger and brew place, and a few of us would go over there. That was really nice. I miss those. I'm sure we may have something like that here, but I don't know anybody in this town anymore, so. Prestwick to Aberdeen. Well, I think Aberdeen, no, Scotland is quiet right now. Edinburgh's up. Dublin is up. Actually, we do fly in Scotland. It's one of my favorite places to fly. And, if I could just move anywhere or something like that, moving over by Loch Ness, by Inverness would be nice. Or maybe over to Spy Island in Stromness would be a nice place to go. Because, there's spies that hang out there. But yeah, I like flying in Scotland. Edinburgh is flying Winnebago's place. Well, you've got those 2 cool bridges. Well, 3 cool bridges, actually. So there's several bridges in Edinburgh that are really neat. So yeah, we do that too. But we've been flying probably a lot more. Copenhagen and Germany. That's where there's really great ATC right now. That's where there's awesome ATC. Looks like Jersey is up today. So Guernsey and Jersey have ATC up right now. So really nice stuff there. Passing 33,000 feet. Seatbelts are off. Lights are off. Strobes, beacon, nav. Trying to start to remember in the back of my head. Okay, how do you fly the 777 again? That's important. Two of the flights yesterday, I used that form that Polyot just put in to be able to go and use that. So definitely have been, you know, looking at that sort of thing. And it seems to be working pretty good. I need to save that special sheet though. The place where it posts everything. And if I go and take a flight off of there, I probably ought to try and figure out how it is that I can go and say, okay, we did that flight. Martel says there's bad weather in Germany today. What? Some big storms and thunderstorms and stuff? I know that it got soggy in the UK recently too. Although probably soggy isn't the correct term. "11 miles to top of climb." Truthful Dread says it's still hot where Truthful Dread is. And I think Sibby said over on her live stream that it's just really hot in Athens right now. There's a lot of bad weather in Germany, and Ollie got stuck in Germany because Ollie was doing a big trip. Polyot's grass desperately needed rain. You never really think about that in London. You know, you always think about London as foggy and, you know, rainy and drizzly and stuff like that. You never think of people in London saying, gosh, can we please get some rain? My grass is dying. It's what I get from watching too many episodes of Doctor Who. London in the heat, I imagine so. I am at the buses, and they're also, and this is kind of part what also blows me away. Mr. Posh Martin, there are some tube trains that are not air conditioned, and it gets really, really hot down there in the summertime. Truthful Dread had rain for about 30 minutes last week. All it did was make it more humid. Now, all we've got is the usual amount of smoke. It's light to medium smoke right now, and we're in the 20% chance of showers in the afternoon kind of a thing. At the very far end of the garden, down by a summer house, there's the corner of grass that floods when it rains, and the dogs think that it's fun. Yeah, you don't probably think it's fun after the dogs think it's fun, because the dogs then come in the house, right? You're going to turn it into an actual pond? That's a nice idea. Mr. Posh Martin, you don't use underground? I don't know. For me, it would be a novelty at first. I would probably get tired of it too. There's nothing like the smell of a wet dog. And Mr. Posh Martin, you use buses? I would imagine, though, that the buses are probably all modern with air conditioning. It's not like the old days of the Roadmasters, which, you know, the air conditioning was open all the windows. And there's our final cruise. 389 miles to top of descent. We'll be descending at 2022. That's pretty good since the Friday night ops begins at 23. So we'll be able to fly from Memphis to Houston and land just about the time that the Friday night ops starts. No air conditioning, just old-fashioned windows. Really? Route Masters, that's it. The old school red buses. I thought the new ones would have had AC. It gets horribly warm down there due to all of the braking and the kinetic energy. Oh, the trains. The coolest underground, Sunjammer, is the Elizabeth line. That's the new one, right? The newest? And with some of the newest stations. And so that one would be, that's the cool one, right? Yes, and so those have got to have AC on those trains. Company message, we were out late today. 19 minutes late. Ollie's going to do the Elizabeth line next weekend. It's very deep. Because it's deep, it'll go from Shenfield through Reading, but in London, it's underground, fully air-conditioned, and full 4G mobile. Huh. See, that's pretty good. Unless it's just overcrowded, it seems like a much nicer way to spend a commute than in a car. Nobi, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. And I think that star means that Nobi is a channel member over on YouTube. Thank you for doing that. I'm still learning about YouTube. Can be on the Elizabeth line underground and stay on the phone the whole time, which is nice. Unless, of course, unless there's somebody on the phone that you're trying to dodge. And then if they know you're on the Elizabeth line, you can't use the excuse that says, I'm sorry, my mobile doesn't work on the underground. I couldn't get the call. Bye. Sunjammer did Reading to Liverpool Street. That was Kilo's Old Town, Reading. I think we did the opposite of that in Train Sim World. Back when I had Train Sim World going, and we did that one drive, and it was terrible. It was Paddington. I think that's it. It was Paddington. They had a whole London... It was the old, yeah, it was an old train, and it was Paddington to Reading. Somebody just put another video recently of the Bernina Express over on YouTube. That is a kind of a cool train trip in Switzerland. And one of the older Train Sim worlds has the Bernina Express. I didn't live stream it, but I did that. I did that once in Train Sim World. It was kind of nice. I think you also could do something. I'm going to mispronounce it for Sir Interlaken, and that's in some of their lake countries in Switzerland, which is great. Class 166s or HST, which is an IC train. Only if the weather is nice and you are doing a legacy train trip, you know, one of the legacy trains. Mr. Posh Bart lived in London for 28 years. I'm looking forward to retiring with my partner into New Zealand. Wow, that's like the opposite end of the earth. Sundrammer then traveled on the Circle Line back to Paddington and on a GWR new train with bad riding. Oh no, really? Well, it isn't like, at least, I mean, it probably wasn't the best, but at least it wasn't like the one that you were describing back in the day when they were starting to experiment with tilting trains that made people sick. So it couldn't have been that bad. Poliet's got relatives that drive trains. They ended up on the Thames Link. They don't even have to drive it. They just push a lever and let the train do the work. That does sound like easy money. I'd much rather do something that requires you to push some buttons. Well, I was trying to go for the cough switch there. Paid for what we know, not what we do, is their usual comeback. Yeah, I can tell you that in the local TV news business, they didn't buy that 1 minute. Most trains, it's all just one controller right now. Well, we certainly don't need a fireman at all. Although I did watch Little and Often, so I do know how to be a fireman. Six shovelfuls all around the firebox every 2 minutes. Hello, heavy weather. Welcome aboard. Almost ready to make landfall. Almost ready to come ashore. Amsterdam is going to be off of our left wingtip. So Amsterdam's going to be right up there. Truthful Dread, I imagine that was probably not a comfortable job at all. I mean, first of all, they were open to the weather. So in the summer you baked, in the winter you froze. You know, you're going to start off, you know, if you believe the British Rail videos, you start off for what? 5 years as an engine cleaner. So you spend your time cleaning engines. Then they let you be a part-time fireman. So that means you're shoveling coal every 2 minutes. And that was probably not easy. And then, you know, once you graduate to be a driver, you're still outside, you know, cooking or freezing. Plus, at the end of the day, you don't just, you know, park your engine and walk away. You had to go and, you know, dump the firebox, do a little bit of cleaning of the ash pan and stuff like that, and then, you know, put it in the engine shed. So those were really hard jobs. And, you know, Sunjammer probably saw the end of steam and the beginning of diesel and electric, and can probably say, yeah, those were hard days' work. It's 22 tons to fuel a Coronation Pacific locomotive from London to Euston. So it's 22 tons of shoveling. You know, I think that they could have given those jobs to some politicians because they're good at shoveling other things, right? Now they just leave the train at the station and the shunter takes it and puts it to bed. So that would be London to Crewe. Which would have been, Crewe would have been that engine shed, right? I know that's where the maintenance facilities were. Hey, the equal time point's coming up here soon. No, that would be Wilsenden. That would have been Wilsenden. Crewe would be the home of British Rail. So it was, that's where the big maintenance facility for steam was. I see at least 3 layers, 3 cloud layers as we come ashore here. 1, 2, and I think a third. That's really neat in the sim, that we get multiple layers of clouds and the clouds are correct for those layers. I think the A319 and the A320s, it's all single cabin. Single class cabin, but I did notice the A321 did have a first class section in the Phoenix airplanes. All right, we should be ashore here. Let's see if there's some ATC that's going to beep us soon. We can get 2 cabins. There's different variants. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Where's the little green airplane? Okay, there's Eham. We came ashore south of Amsterdam. My guess is this is going to be basically approach, so they're not going to beep us there. Maybe they'll pick us up here. Maybe they'll pick us up here. You can get 2 cabins, you just choose the single cabin variant. It's defined by the livery. There are also, that's right, there's different sim brief profiles now too. Oh, the reason I don't see the colored airplanes is it disconnected me. I have to re-log in via that sim. You choose the variant and then the livery. Aha, now we have green air. Now I can find my airplane a lot easier. So I don't think we'll get that's probably approach in Dusseldorf. So we'll probably come on down there. Ooh, a nice little hole in the clouds to see scenery. Polyot says there's a little bit of weather off to the right on radar. A little bit over here. So there's still a little sogginess. That's okay. I'm sure our cute little lifty bird airplane needs to get washed. We're definitely going to a much bigger airplane than this.
Subscriber confirmed.
I think Loviz has just arrived. Hi, Loviz.
Loyalty noted.
And I think Loviz did a resub too. Loviz has been here for 42 months. Thank you for 42 months of awesome support and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in and thank you for coming in today. Loviz, thank you for also, it's a tier 2 resub too. I need to be sure and say thank you for that. But also thank you for the flight suggestions that you pop in with that are really, really appreciated. So you had some ideas. I think that was for tomorrow. And I've added those in too. So let's see. Oh, come on. So yeah, there's an event in Kiev. And then San Francisco is Storm the Bay on Saturday. And then we've got the Rio Air Bridge for our first flight. And that's on Sunday. Because they're running the Rio Air Bridge on different days, which is really kind of cool. I like the livery too. I actually really, you know, you can't go wrong with a silly bird painted on the side of your airplane. And it makes the kids smile too. It makes the kids smile. And that's important to do too. Let's see, 264 miles. So Lovis is going to do Memphis to Houston as a part of a virtual airline, FedEx for that. We should fly into Kiev. So we could depart from someplace else. So we'll figure out a place to depart from, and we'll then come into, go into Kiev. Mr. Posh Martin is installing add-ons. And then your Microsoft Flight Simulator will be ready. So how many more add-ons? Are you going to try and do Memphis to Houston? Or have you got a special, it's my first time on the new PC flight that you've been wanting to do? München information, Tango. Vectors to independent parallel approaches, runway 26 left and right. Transition level 7,000 feet, winds 240 at 11, ceiling and visibility is rocking, so all that's good. Low vis has to fly the 777. You can't land the A319. I did see that Captain Whip is back from vacation and posted a few thoughts about the latest update over on Discord. And so that was really nice. Phoenix to go, London to Edinburgh. That is a good flight for you. Easing in is a good thing to do. Loviz says Captain Whip is buttering the big Phoenix update, so it flies more like a real airplane. That's actually good. I know it'll get a little bit tedious, but this is an airplane that I do want to try and get kind of good at, so I'll probably be practicing with it a little more ad nauseum. Loviz says it's very well done. This airplane, it is. And, you know, they've added some levels of complexity to this that are nice. There's stuff to learn about it. So, really do love that. Poliat loves Latin, mostly due to being forced to use it. But you do have to chuckle when John Cleese gives the lesson in Latin in the movie Life of Brian, right? Because you probably experienced the real world version of that. There can be some teachers of Latin that can be true tyrants. Right?
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Karting Demon 1 is a new follower. Welcome aboard, Karting Demon 1. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. And a few things just updated here. What happened? My favorite is Fiat Justita Rau KM. I'm sorry, about the only Latin that I remember is post hoc ergo proctor hoc, and that's because President Bartlett gave us that lesson in an episode of The West Wing. It was fun to watch Josh squirm on that one, though. Let justice be done through the heavens fall. That's nice. I never experienced that full. Wonder if anybody is Googling post hoc ergo proctor hoc right now. Oh yeah. Yeah, that all started with President Bartlett's telling CJ that that's what was going to be on her tombstone. It's sort of like, okay, this is going to be on your tombstone? That's really what you say? You guessed one word in that. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. There, after, therefore, because of. Yes, Truthful Dread got it. Happy Friday, Chillwater. Moose liked West Wing. There were some incredibly memorable moments in that. There really were. Yep, I mean, seriously, that was really good. Truthful Dread. After, therefore, because of. Justita is the Roman goddess of justice. I don't know. I like Athena because she's got a cool little temple on the southwest end of the Parthenon of the Acropolis. A cool little temple, and because they put her on the side of an Aegean jetliner. It's probably not what Athena wants to be remembered for, but I'm just a shallow yank. 209 miles to top of descent. We should be getting beeped by Frankfurt, unless Frankfurt called it a night. Let's see if Frankfurt's called it a night. Justice Ia. I totally mispronounced that one. Oh, we're still over here in Dusseldorf. Okay. That's the Latin. Moose says yes. That was the the Latin way of saying correlation equals causation, and the lesson though that we got from President Bartlett is, correlation and causation never usually equal each other, but a lot of us think it does. It should. But it's one of those things that never happens. I hope I got that lesson right. I probably should go back and watch it. I haven't seen that. I only recently got through the latest Aaron Sorkin drama newsroom recently. Aha, we've been beeped. 132.8. 132.080. Uh-oh. Pauliot would get thrown out of the courtroom if you said that. Well, you know what? I think the hard part about that conversation, though, is you'd have to throw yourself out of the courtroom because you're like the final authority now. So that would be a little bit awkward. Oh my gosh, Mustafa, yes. Don't. That was Toby Ziegler. Don't tempt the wrath of the whatever from high atop the thing. And that's when he told Sam to go outside and turn around 3 times and spit because he would just jinxed an election or something like that. It was, yes, that is a great one, Mustafa. Don't tempt the wrath of the whatever from high atop the thing. 80. Okay, 132.8. EDUU NTM Center. EDUU NTM Center. That's Rhine Radar. That's Rhine Radar. Rhine Radar, guten Abend from Lufthansa 445. We are level at flight level 370. Good evening. Hi, Wesley.
Lufthansa 445, Flyin, good evening, identified.
I think that was Toby's Day of Jubilee. I think that was indeed Toby's big day of Jubilee that nobody was going to wreck, but everybody did wreck it. The final authority. There are 2 courts above you, the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court of the UK. So you could still, so somebody could still throw you out. Yeah, but you know, you do flight simming and live stream stuff and stuff on the internet, so they would be in awe of your presence, and they would never say that you'd never get thrown out. Because you know, like you're on the cutting edge of high tech world here, right? I'm sorry, am I laying it on a bit thick? My court does outrank the Crown Court, the County Court, the Magistrates Court, and the tribunals. So there is that. That's actually really kind of high up there then. I mean, you know, in terms of, and I don't know if this, if it's a pecking order kind of a thing, but that's actually pretty high up there. I think Polyon has to go over to Japan though to be the Lord High Executioner, as I do a little Gilbert and Sullivan throw a little Gilbert and Sullivan your way.
Lufthansa 445, direct to Taboom.
Lufthansa 445, we are now direct to Taboom. And boom, there we go. Well, it is common law, so if a Crown Court makes a decision, I can overrule it. And then I set the precedent unless the appeals court overrules me and then sets a new precedent, and then more precedents are being set. My guess, though, is they probably don't do that a lot. Oh, you know, change precedents and stuff. I mean, setting a precedent is a huge deal in the legal world. From the lowest to highest, it's Tribunal, Magistrates Court, Crown Court, High Court of Justice, that's yours, Appeals Court, and then Supreme Court. I don't know. For me, it was it was courting Kaylee. When I was courting Kaylee, that was the highest court I ever had. And I think she filed for appeal, so it didn't work out so well.
Lufthansa 445, direct Delta Kilo Bravo.
Lufthansa 445 is now direct Delta Kilo Bravo. Wow, we just got a real big shortcut there. Quiart says it's time for pizza. It is. I think that's the edge of their air traffic control zone.
Request flight level 340. Richard 773, I need you on an odd level 330 or 350. We like to remain 330.
Radar contact lost posted that he will be controlling during Friday night ops. Generally, most criminal cases sit in the magistrate's court or crown. If it's serious, then magistrate sends it up to crown. If you're going to crown court, you're facing a jury of your peers and likely going to prison. Hey, Irvi, welcome aboard. You're never late. You show up when you can. Pepperoni, mushrooms, and onions for pizza. Or if you did a crime that the magistrate cannot deal with, like murder. So my guess is, since my biggest criminal activity has to do with my criminally bad sense of humor, I'm guessing it's just going to be a tribunal. And my murdering of words for silly puns. Okay, this all looks good. And performance, 144 miles top of descent. Irvi is getting chicken chow mein, sesame prawn toast, and pork spring rolls. I was starting to crave one of those burgers at one of the local burger places the other day, and I looked up what DoorDash would cost to deliver it, and then I went and made my own burger. I know, criminal record for humor, that's got to cost a little bit of jail time, right? You gotta, you were 12 and you just said, oh, this is good, and you didn't realize, oh, that has to pay. Something about clothing optional. Well, this is the internet. It is the internet. And you never know what's happening. This was at 1920 Zulu. It is currently 2004. I'll bet we have a new ASUS. IVAO has an A. Okay, now it's uniform. 1950. I don't think they've updated this.
TJet 173, monitor Unicom by.
You're gonna fly an airliner tonight, Tim Dog? Do you remember how to fly an airliner? All right, let's go. And just make sure we're prepared. Over to München. Okay, we got 26 right and 26 left. And we've got the transitions and the stars, so we're good to go there. So we can go either way if we have to. Speeding is civil. I think the last time anybody in the legal community had a problem with me, I had just driven out of the television station in South Texas, and I had basically done a double shift that day. I was really tired, and I didn't have my seatbelt on. And that was one of the days where the local police was doing basically they would do seatbelt checks, and they had this little rounder, so you would kind of go around a curve there. So they had a guy standing at this side of the rounder, and then there's this big like hill, and on the other side there's the police officers, and this guy is standing, and you know, as you pass he can see in your car to see if you're wearing your seatbelt. I forgot my seatbelt. And the next thing I know, there's lights, then I forgot my seatbelt. So it was like $30 and stuff. But I had just gotten in my car.
Good evening,
it was a double shift.
Alpha, level 167, climbing 240.
It wasn't bad.
Unser 915, rein, hallo, direct Lutix, climb 350.
Hey,
Direct Lutix, vielen
Spirit,
Dank,
welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in.
915.
And 915, lead in Outlander.
That's probably going to cost you 300 euros in the Netherlands now.
I'll
This
set by Florida,
is
Quebec.
a long time ago. This was probably 15 plus years ago.
Hallo von der 915,
I think a
Short
seatbelt
37.
infraction is not nearly as bad as a speeding. Well, no.
Captain Level 370.
Speeding is going to be
Hallo von der
much more
915.
than seatbelt. Plus, you also have to remember, this was South Texas 15 to 20 years ago.
Flight level 180.
Unser 62, rein, hallo, direct numb 2, climb 25.
Just passing Frankfurt off the right wingtip. Hi, Frankfurt. No, it was. No, it was.
Unser
It
445, descent flight level 350.
descending flight level 350, Lufthansa 445. They don't care if you have. At the time, they didn't care. But no, it was just, you know. Here it is. You can either pay it or you can go contest it. I just paid it. Reyes is in chat. Reyes, don't worry about your English. We'll do our best to figure out what you're typing. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, flight level 350. And let's see. I think we need to go and do arrival data. So phase and phase. Over here. Phoenix. And reset. And get München, it's still uniform. Okay. Winds are 240 at 8.
Inbound to dinner.
240 at 8.
Juliet, Foxtrot, Charlie, rein, hallo, recycle, transponder 1233.
Temperature is 15 degrees.
1233 X-ray Charlie.
1013 on the altimeter. Transition is 70. And let's see, we are a baby bus, so we're going to do config 3 to land.
Checking that you received,
And we are expecting. I'm going to.
445, contact line 134.085.
134.085 now for Lufthansa 445. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too, thank you. Line 001, nothing further, monitoring unit contact. Line 001, monitoring unit contact.
Kilo 001, Unicom, thanks, bye-bye.
Calling 16 Charlie, rein, hallo, direct Lutix, climb.
Ryan Radar, good Abend from Lufthansa 445, level at flight level 350.
Lufthansa 445, Rhein, good evening, identified. Expect flight level 250 at Delta Kilo Bravo, report ready for descent.
Expecting flight level 250 at Delta Kilo Bravo, and we'll be ready for descent at any time that's convenient for you.
Roger, I call you back. Monitor Echo Romeo, nothing further, monitor 1228, goodbye. Monitor 1228, Condor 2 Echo Romeo. Lufthansa 2, Lima Whiskey, direct orbit.
Basically about 25-30 miles. I'm missing some chat right now. We got busy. Okay, so there's our direct to. Let's get back over here to performance. And we didn't do the Barrow. I'm going to expect...
Ryan radar, good evening.
We're coming in from the north.
Lufthansa 1224, hello, identified, direct Mavic.
I'm going to guess... I think we have 26 left programmed in.
2282, contact München, radar.
But I bet it's 26 right.
150, goodbye.
So 26 right is what I bet they give us from the north side.
150, Condor 2282, danke, schönen Abend.
1,650 feet. I bet we're going to be on the right side. I'm not doing a star. Roki 26. Insert that. And performance. That means our barrow is going to be 1,650 feet. 1650 is minimums, and we're all set for the runway we think we're going to get. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, over.
445, descend to flight level 250, cross Delta Kilo Bravo at level.
Descending now, flight level 250. We will cross Delta Kilo Bravo at flight level 250. Lufthansa 445.
During 742 Zulu, back on flight deck.
We got plenty of room to make that just
Monitor
fine.
128, it has traffic in front, same level, currently 1 miles ahead.
22.8, traffic is inside, vielen Dank, schönen Abend, During 742 Zulu. Bye.
Looks like we've got some spotty showers up ahead of us. So the airplane might get washed here. Boy, it got dark quick. Should be very bright at Memphis.
Clear of traffic, climb to flight level 280.
Okay, everything is good there. Absolutely, everybody is always welcome here.
Wing 7, Papa request descent.
Well, except for dialects. I mean, and board. Dialects and board. Dialects run around saying, exterminate, 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 and the boards say, you know, resistance is futile. We probably don't need any board or dialects here. Perhaps a few less Cybermen, too. Hey, Russ, welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. It is the weekend. Happy finally Friday. We are doing Memphis to Houston next, Ross.
Descent to flight level 250, rate of descent 2000 operator.
Descent to 250, 2000 operator,
Wesley did the UK. Drove from Newcastle to the Lake District. People are calm in the north of England.
Is 10 taken?
Yeah, that's right. Jerry Ryan was a cool Borg, so Jerry Ryan can come in.
Negative. You can now monitor advisory. There's no further ATC available. Goodbye.
I don't know if I said it right. Dialects? I don't know how to spell it. It's from Doctor Who. It's the robots from Doctor Who that are always trying to get the Doctor. I'm taking the 777 because it got an update. Go to PMDG's Ops Center and there's an update for your 777s. Good night, Reyes. Thank you for coming in. Dialects, that's it. D-I-D-A-L-E-K-S. That's it. Need a little speed break here.
Lufthansa 1224, we're closing. Monitor 1228, goodbye.
122 to flight,
It wasn't a very big update, Ross. It won't take long. That's right. See, that's it. All you got to do to beat the dialects is find some stairs. I think there was a Tom Baker episode where he was taunting the dialects a little bit by saying, haha, see if you can't catch me and climb this rope or something.
Lufthansa 445, unfortunately München is closing as well and the TMA is stacked AF, I would say. I wish you all the best, have a nice flight and happy weekend. Goodbye.
It'll be a fun flight, always fun flying into München. Have a great weekend from Lufthansa 445. 122.8.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Whiskey, we are closing, monitor 1228. Goodbye.
Also Uniform 1228, danke für den Service und schönen Abend noch.
Tschüss.
Okay, looking good. Irby says that there was a episode maybe where the dialects had a thruster for going upstairs. I don't remember that, but I'll bet that was good. Well, it was Tom Baker, so there was also there was always comic relief, which were great. Did München rage quit? München approach rage quit? Usually they don't rage quit in Germany. I mean, they're pretty calm, cool, and collected here. It was in one of the specials for charity. Let's see. Frankfurt is still up. Nope, it's just us in München. There is ground, tower, and delivery. Tower is 120505. 120505. We'll just dial that in case they're still there. There have been some rage quits out there. Okay, we got tower all set. Let's continue with our descent. At Rokel, where do we want to be here? On the transition at Rokel, 5,000. How are we doing on our descent? I'm going to go to 5,000 now. And let's do that. It is past 10 p.m. in München and everybody wants to go to Airbrow. Queerd has only seen a few episodes of The Plastic People. Okay, we'll see if we can't catch up with the arrival here. Okay, I've got an airplane really close ahead of me. So I'm gonna pull my speed back a bit and get a little, because they're going to the same place we are. So if I slow down now, we'll be great. I had a Comanche, I think, for a while, a long time ago. What are they doing over the ground? Well, of course it won't click. We could also do a lap of an unpublished hold, or we could hold at Rokel. The hold at Rokel is inbound 126, right turns. Flight plan, Rokel, hold 126, and right turns, and insert. Okay, we'll go back and we'll just do one loop-de-loop there, and that'll work. Yeah, there's the airplane ahead of us. There we go, that'll do it. Yep, they are indeed going to München, so if we do that, we should be all set for a nice approach. when you enter the hold via the sim while having a real McDo. And it works really good. We're great with fuel. Bring in the map a click. Couillard has been in the 152 and the 172, which are the best training airplanes to get started with when you're flying Flight Simulator, if you don't know about airplanes. So we'll do one loop-D of the published hold, come back around, and land on the north runway. Wesley says to hydrate. What's more funny is we are using a joystick to tell a computer to tell a video game, to tell a pixel plane, to tell the pixel plane simulated computer what action we want to take. There does become a point in human existence when so many things of modern human behavior are absolutely absurd and ridiculous. That's why we have adult beverages. That's why we have adult beverages. Yep, Couillard will hydrate too on that note. But yeah, that's exactly what we're doing though. We're using a physical joystick to tell the computer, to tell the video game. Yeah. On the other hand, it beats real life. Ah, the weather cam. Gotta love it. It always just pops off. It's been lagging since the Phoenix updated. Maybe it's pulling more resources. It could be. Well, I do actually have one can of the Montana adult beverage that I like. And since it's Friday, maybe as we depart from Houston, I might enjoy that. I don't know. I've also got plenty of spy tea, so. It's not moose drool. It's you can get moose drool in a lot of places. Fact is, I had friends that lived in Austin, and there was a place in Austin that you could actually get moose drool. It's okay. There's another Montana beverage called Cold Smoke, and I like that one a lot better. And I was cleaning stuff out of the back of my refrigerator after my recent bout of having guacamole that was a little too old, and discovered, oh, there's still one can of Cold Smoke back there, so. And here comes our speed down to green dot speed. So you can see over on VATSIM radar coming into Munich. There we are. There's the airplane that I'm slowing down to give a little space to. So we're going to do one look. Maybe we'll watch out for this airplane too. So after that, we should probably get past this other airplane that's coming kind of right at us. I think one loop-D should do it. A-Cars had a go around and the game crashed. That's not fun. And it's doing the hold like a pro. Very jazzy turn. Next is the 777 from Memphis to Houston. I think we all do have, there is an, I think it's a payware for Memphis. And I did run the FS Dream Team updater before the spy flight. And I think I saw there was a small update in the FSDT Houston scenery too. Yeah, you know what, Irishman? I'm actually been playing the spy flight playlist just in the morning and stuff before the live stream and just enjoying it like that. I do need to go back into Epidemic Sound and get some new tracks, though. Do need to get some new tracks. CVZim, Tom. CVZ, I'm Tom. I actually, ironically, I gave it a try when I got the FS Labs A321. Not doing much with the A321 right now because it's a little bit too heavy in my sim as terms of frame rates are concerned. But that being said, so I decided, you know, let's start using it again. So I updated it and I started getting profiles and it's working pretty good. I mean, it had a little bit of a nervous breakdown today. But I don't think that's the hard part, is remembering to go and get the profile with your scenery. And I don't think I got the profile for Birmingham, and that's why. Okay, F plan, I'm gonna arm the exit. And we're going to exit the hold. So after this turn, we'll exit the hold and out we go. There wasn't one, so we need to wait for someone to make one on the TO. Now that's probably another problem that I've got, is I'm not looking over at the TO. I'm just going to any builds, to their list of profiles, and that's the only place I'm looking right now. And so that might be another problem that I've got. 5 flights are planning to fly Memphis on VATSIM. I would imagine a few more also, because one of the things is Loviz and Wigbill both fly for FedEx Virtual. And Loviz says that this could be a FedEx Virtual flight. So if you're flying for one of those two airlines, you get to enjoy that. CVZim Tom, you there is a place that you recommend? The flight is not until 000 Zulu. The camera is starting to lag a bit. Uh-oh. That's too bad. We'll see if it lags, if it's also lagging over on the on PMDG. Hi Paul, welcome aboard. Laggy cameras are not fun. The FedEx VAC group flight event starts at 2300 Zulu. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it happens with the 777. If it doesn't happen with the 777, then there's something going on with the Phoenix. And that would be too bad because this is such a cool airplane. Hi, George. Welcome aboard. We are just making our... about ready to start in for Munich. Amazing how much space you can put between yourself and your and the airplane ahead of you if you do just one loop of a hold. And that just exited the hold like a pro. Way to go, airplane. A nice night over Germany. I have noticed that Microsoft is starting to push some bloatware updates and stuff to Windows 10, probably to make it more inconvenient for those of us still on Windows 10. So I'm gonna probably have to go and get one of those debloater YouTube videos and download their thing and try to unbloat this. Because there's some more things that are starting to pop up that I didn't ask for, that it's just installing because that's the way they do stuff. Subsonic, the one thing I noticed was something called Microsoft Ink Workspace for the pen or something like that. So like, I never had that. Okay, that airplane is departing München, so I don't have to worry about that. They're above us and climbing, so that's good. JP2, I'm sorry that we've had a real problem with links lately. I'm sorry that the link is not showing up in chat. But that's a script that you used for debloating stuff. I know that when I first got Stormy, the people that built it, Digital Storm, the people at Digital Storm, they had a very debloated version of Windows, and it did not install anything. Then Windows melted down on me, and I had to reinstall it, and it was not very good. So JP2GM says it's the Win10 debloater. Polyot knows about that. Yeah, might need to go and do something like that. Okay, continuing our descent. All of our lights are good. Passengers are in their seats. We've got all the latest information in here. And let's see. München. Still information uniform. Thank you for that link. I will probably get on that and do things with that on Tuesday or Wednesday. Altimeter's 1013. Okay, we got these two coming in to Munich. These guys are over on the south runway. These are on the north runway. That's the one that we're doing. Gonna have to try and fit in between those two. Polyot says it's Rafir Win. That says Win 11 deep low. Does that work for Win 10? JSG Droid is American Airlines flight 1959, updating the 777 for the next flight. Welcome in. Happy weekend, JSG Droid. You sent the Win 10 in Discord. That was for Lovis. Thank you for being nice to Lovis. And 1013. And 1013. Altimeters are checked and set. We've got tower, ground, and ATIS. We're going to monitor tower now since nobody's talking on Unicom. Loviz has an app called Win Toys. It does everything. Loviz accepted. And Polyot, you like Win Toys too? Search for it on YouTube. Win Toys. W-I-N-T-O-Y-S. Win Toys. And here is what they're. Every Windows 11 user. Here is the ultimate optimization tool. So it's an optimization tool. I will look for Win Toys. Maybe that's a good thing to learn to use. Something that even an idiot like me can do it. It's not a replacement for a debloater. So use the debloater first. I'll do that. I'll do that. Mr. Long Wallace is in chat, flying the iFly 737. I'll bet that'll help with you know, camera hesitations and stuff. Microsoft extended support by a year, but it'll cost $30. I was planning on doing that anyway. I think that that's probably smart. I just haven't, you know, haven't found the link to buy the extra year of support.
Ryanair 212, line up runway 26 left.
We're gonna come in behind COL flight 359.
Colony 359 Tower, hello.
Okay, that's Colony. Okay, cool.
München Tower, guten Abend, Alpine 3X November at the CR8.
Alpine 3X November, Tower, hello, taxi Sierra, Bravo 14.
No idea what's going to happen by November. I really don't. Things are so far up in the air and insane right now. Got no clue. Just going to have to play it by ear for a while. Right now, Stormy is working great. So no complaints about Stormy. There's the airplane that's coming in now. There's another one out there, and we're going to follow the second set of lights coming in.
LL 583, taxi via Bravo 7 and 3 Sierra 6. Bravo 7, Zipper 6, Tower 5 H3.
Yep. That's the first airplane.
7 November Victor,
so we're looking for another one after that. Well, that's just it. It's not like Windows is just going to shut down. You know, immediately. But, you know, keeping it safe from viruses and other stuff is important. Okay, that airplane is now off of our wingtip. Maybe those were the lights. Okay, we're going to be behind that Colony. Yeah, that's the reason why I haven't done anything with the PMDGs. The to-do list to make it work is just too ridiculous right now. Defender will be working until Windows 2028. Now, that's the first time I heard that. That's if Defender's going to work, that's awesome.
Negative, Bravo 13 is on the construction area.
Right turn 180.
Tower 5 trade and 3 Sierra.
Where are you going?
Alpine correction LL 583, contact 121, decimal 780. 121,
Well, someone just came in from the north.
Ocean 1 from X-ray, continue Sierra 7 via Sierra.
Ocean 1 continue via Sierra.
Polyot says the most stable version of Windows was Vista. Man, I didn't have much luck with Vista.
Just a takeoff runway to request Alpine 3 November.
Sunfuck 5 Echo Lima after correction. Yeah, Sunfuck 5 Echo Lima after departing Airbus A321 in front, line up 26 left behind. Ocean 1 uniform X-ray, contact apron 121, decimal 710, ciao.
121 is the 710, Ocean 1 Ultra, ciao ciao.
Well, we had another little lufty just kind of come
359er, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 26 right, clear to land.
right in over here.
Lufthansa 2 Vector Alpha, taxi entry November 3 via November.
November 3 via November, Lufthansa 2 Victor.
Are you turning too? Hope you're, maybe they're going to the south runway. Wow, we're in pretty close. Okay, there's an airplane between us and the runway. I don't see it. I think they're going for the other runway. Yeah, they look like...
Echo Lima, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff.
Now we're too high.
Jet 2842 after departing Airbus A320 in front, line up runway 26 left behind. Alpine 3 X-ray November, monitor Unicom, ciao.
Over to Unicom, ciao, Alpine 3 November.
München Tower, good Abend from Lufthansa 445 on the ILS 26 right.
Lufthansa 445 Tower, hello, one departure ahead. Lufthansa 70 Yankee, München, do you read?
And now that airplane disappeared.
Ground, good evening, Lufthansa 678 Lima, request pushback.
Lufthansa 678 Lima, wrong frequency. Lufthansa 340, are you ready?
340 ready.
Lufthansa 340, roger, keep it rolling, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff, next inbound 4 miles.
Roger, takeoff 26 right. Lufthansa 340.
Lufthansa 445, reduce final approach speed 1 departing Lufthansa Airbus A320 ahead.
Final approach speed now for Lufthansa 445.
Jet 2842, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 26 left, cleared for takeoff. Colony 359er, taxi entry November 1 via Mike Alpha 4.
I'm missing a ton of chat, sorry.
Colony 359er, confirm Mike Alpha 4 to November 1.
Never snagged the glide slope. Probably because I never told it to.
Lufthansa 70 Yankee, identify November 4.
Gear down 3 green, auto brake, speed brakes.
Lufthansa 70 Yankee, Tower, hello.
4. München Tower, Servus, Lufthansa 9850, November 4.
Lufthansa 9850, hello, in sequence, taxi November, Alpha 15, 26 right.
Alpha 15, via November, runway 26 right.
Lufthansa 455, 26 right, clear to land.
26 right, clear to land, Lufthansa 455.
Lufthansa 70 Yankee, taxi November, Alpha 13, holding point, runway 26 right.
Taxi November, Alpha 13, runway 26 right,
Ocean 142, Tower, hello, taxi holding point, runway 26 left via Sierra Bravo 15. Sierra Bravo 15, holding point, runway 26 left. Roger. Lufthansa 9850, Royal Taxi cleared via November Alpha 15.
We cleared Alpha 15 via November 265, Lufthansa 9850.
Colony 359, you're turning the wrong direction. Continue on November. Please turn right on November.
Welcome to München. Off to Airbrow.
445, taxi entry November 3 via Alpha 9er.
Alpha 9, and we'll stop at entry 3 for Lufthansa 445. Alpha 9.
Reject 2842, climb to flight level 190.
Alpha 9 to entry 3. That's going to be the east map.
To Vector Alpha, contact 121-710.
That's just right up ahead here.
Lufthansa 340, monitor Unicom, ciao.
München ground is 121 decimals.
Contact apron 121-710, ciao.
121-710 for Lufthansa 445. Ciao.
Reject 2842, monitor Unicom, ciao.
121-710.
Tower hello, Ryanair 1050, 10 miles final to 6. Land 302 Alpha via Whiskey 2, Delta 6, Echo 3.
And Alpha 5, 1 actually
Alpine 451 Quebec, make a left 180 degree turn on Whiskey 1 Orange Line, then taxi to entry November 2 via Whiskey 1 Orange Line, Charlie 1.
I thought I had Volanta going. And we stop on the bridge.
Alpine 451 Quebec, as there was another one stepping onto you, I'll just repeat it and hold. Make a left 180 degree turn to join Whiskey 1 Orange Line, then a taxi to entry November 2.
Apron ahead, minimum thrust, avoid jet blast. I haven't put anything on private mode. Well, it doesn't show that we've landed. We didn't get a landing report. It didn't record the landing. We didn't get the landing there, so something was wrong with that. München ground, guten Abend from Lufthansa 445 at entry 3. Parking's whatever's convenient. Good evening.
Lufthansa 445 München apron, good evening. Taxi to stand 250 via Delta 1 and Echo 2.
Via Delta 1 and Echo 2, our stand tonight is 250 for Lufthansa 445. Thanks. Okay, so east chart. East chart. Okay. Delta 1 and Echo 2, and we're going to stand 25. Oh, wow, right in the middle. Okay, so Delta 1 over to Echo 2 and right in the middle. I bet that's close to Airbrow. There's got to be an Airbrow hover out here at in the terminal, right?
Roger. Push and start.
It said a minus 98. Smoky Dave, really? It said a minus 98? Really? That's like butter. I think that means it's time for unsportsmanlike celebration in the cockpit. We continue to have good luck like this, then maybe we should plan on pizza and beverages for our last flight. Param says if you restart the app, then it all works again.
Alpine 55, Charlie, taxi to entry in November 2.
Oh, you made that
Whiskey
up.
1,
Oh, okay.
Charlie
Well,
1.
thanks for making that up, Smokey Dave. It made me feel a whole lot better.
Lufthansa 678 Lima. Correction. Swing over center 2, then taxi via center 2 to entry Sierra 8. On the hospital outcome.
Can you repeat, please? Lufthansa 678 Lima.
Lufthansa 678 Lima, of course. Swing over onto center 2, then
249, our gate should be next.
Via center 2.
Will GSX let us park at gate 250? Gates.
Cross center 2 via Sierra
Gate 250.
8 to center 2. Lufthansa 678 Lima.
250 is our gate.
Lufthansa 678 Lima, negative. So, just when you start.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if GSX is waiting for us.
To the left, and then take taxiway center 2, which is between Whiskey 2 and Echo 2.
Couillard has
Take
a
that
story
taxiway
about
all the way
a
to the
fire.
south, and then taxi into entry Sierra 8.
Okay, there's 250. Let's see. We got all of our lights good. Should probably start up the APU.
On center 2 via entry Sierra 8. Lufthansa 678 Lima.
Alpine 451 Quebec, contact tower 118.7.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot of fires there, and the smoke has gotten
Alpine
a lot worse.
Charlie,
I'm not surprised that there's a state of emergency.
Ground, Monarch 77 Quebec, push and start. Monarch 77 Quebec, München Airplane, good evening. Pushback approved, facing south. Pushback approved, face south, Monarch 77 Quebec.
With them allow, line 1050 on Bravo 7, show position.
Ryanair 1050 München Apron, good evening. Taxi to stand 155
Parking brakes.
via
And we good to cut the engine. APU is available. Let's come over here and we'll stop our squawking. So squawk and squawk, those are off. And engine number 1 and engine number 2 will reset the rudder trim to be nice to the next crew. And so those are good. Come on up here and we'll do engine fuel pumps. And this is our last flight in this airplane tonight, so ADIRS, ADIRS, and ADIRS. Crew supply of oxygen, and engines are down to 16. I think it's below 20. You wait for the N2 to be below 20 before you would turn off the beacon, sorry, and the seatbelts, if everybody's hungry. And now if we can come up here and hit GSX and tell GSX to request deboarding, and that should be good. Come over here and hit deboard, and then the one thing you'll have to do is go to ground services and open your own cargo doors and request your own GPU, I guess. I will pop in the GPU and then look over here, and there's a big wall. And everything's working. I know that kind of bacon, right? It's time for Frankie Stat to get some food. What do you want for dinner tonight, Frankie? What's for food? You know, Quiart, I don't know about that. You've got so much you've got so much timberland up there in Canada. There really is a lot of timberland up there. And, you know, I think there's only so much that's humanly possible that you can do. So, you know, that's at least the way I kind of look at it. Okay, everything's good. I think it's time to go get our 777. That was not a bad flight. It was a little chaotic at the beginning. Let's see. TV dinners, maybe pizza tomorrow. But, you know, the other thing is, though, is, you know, when you've got wildfire smoke that's crossing borders and stuff, that's when you have to come to the realization that it's not just one country's problem. It's, you know, the environment is everybody's problem. But using that word will get you into trouble these days. So, okay, let's go ahead and we're going to turn off MobiFlight. So we don't need MobiFlight for this one, although we'll probably take the A321 on the third flight, just because I did that recently. Well, you know, drones are just one part of it. You know, I think it's a combination of a lot of different things. I'm not an expert at firefighting. I do live in an area that's prone to wildfires and all, and, you know, there are some times I've seen how fast they can move and what it does. Well, yeah, if you had the proper drone force and the equipment to do that, you could do that within 24 hours. That requires an awful lot of work. You know, pre-planning and expense, and there's some governments that think that that's ridiculous, you know, to plan like that. So we're in a time right now where just not a lot you can do. All right, we need a Boeing 777 freighter, which is a 777F. And that's going to be, that makes it an L, right? And we're going to take the FedEx plane. That, what Polyot is saying, it is very easy, and that's why I try not to, you know, yap about this too much. It is very easy to pop off, especially on a live stream, with we should do this, 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 and this. But actually implementing, coming up with something that everybody can agree with, especially, you know, when you've got, you know, this group of people over here that says, you know, we probably ought to take care of the planet a little bit better, and this group of people over here saying, we're here to make money, dude, come on. And very little, you know, not many people are listening on either side, and everybody in the middle, you know, is kind of trapped in between two extremes, and it's gotten a little bit crazy. You know, there are some people that are doing some good things. There's a company out there, Neptune Aviation here in Montana. They're taking old BAE 146s and they've turned them into, you know, smoke bombers. And so this is a small, agile little jet that gets into places that the DC-10 and the 747 can't get into. So there are some people that I think are doing some cool things, but they're also, you know, the problems are getting bigger. And that's kind of the hard part there too. Some of the problems are getting bigger. All right. We're taking the 777, which just got updated. Russ says Memphis CTAF is 119.7. Thanks, Russ. 119.7. 1197. Thanks, Russ. Yeah, that's true. I did start to get a little bit political there, and I try really hard to not do that here. This is like one of the few places that I try and make it safe for everyone to come, just so we can all take a break. That was an incredible, but just to fly that little drone over Mars, which is an incredible story, and, an incredible achievement to fly a drone on Mars. Remember, the atmosphere there is a lot thinner than it is on the Earth. So that little drone really had to be a super drone to be able to do that. The fact that they were planning to do, 5 flights or something like that, maybe? 5 little flights or something, and that was it. And it did what? 100 or something? It really was awesome, that achievement. So, the drone on Mars is one of those things that I find just inspiring and exciting. Like we were talking yesterday, there is a it's big, but it's a, universe size. It's not like the Starship Enterprise is going, but we've got a spaceship that's going out to one of Jupiter's moons. It's called Europa, and it's the Europa Clipper. And, I kind of start the morning by looking up in the sky, because I usually get up before the sun's up and stuff, or, and I think, I wonder where Europa Clipper is up there. It's neat. Polly, you've flown the drone in the field in your house. Well, the small little drones that you and I can get, yeah. I've done a little bit of that too. It's gonna have to be something much bigger. Much, much bigger. All right. Let's see. Let's go and get a PDF. Well, and that was solar, right? The drone.
Reinforcements incoming.
And also
More
the
agents
rover
forming the spy
that
flight.
had that drone. It's all solar powered, I think. Every now and then it just takes control there. Okay, so we got a PDF, right? Yep, we got the PDF file. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. And keep in mind, the only thing that drone was going to do was take pictures. Bryler Gaming is back. Hi, Bryler Gaming. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by today, and thanks for the nice raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're about ready to check out the new 747. 777 update. The new 777 update. And we're going down to Houston. Let's see how my title updating is today. All right. Flight plan should be updated too. All right, nice flight today into Munich. A little longer than usual, but that's okay. Welcome to Memphis. We're going to be up here at FedEx land. FedEx 209, Russ is already here. Yeah, the update from PMDG was not a big one. Okay. And there is our cargo liner. And I think we can just save it and go back. Loviz says we need to get back into the A306. Well, you almost have to do that, KMEM. We're going to Memphis. You almost have to do that because you're in a... because you're flying in the VA. And so there's some of those flights that you have to fly the A306. Quiart says, "G'day. Take care, Quiart. Thank you for coming in." If that's what that meant. Here comes trouble. Not Big Snow is in chat. Hey, Not Big Snow. Welcome aboard. And there is a wow. Something about yoking. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Hey, I know you've got a VATSIM event coming up. I haven't signed up for it quite yet. I've got some real world things that I've got to keep my schedule open for, but actually we're kind of coming down to the wire, and that's going to be over soon. So I can start signing up for stuff. Okay, let's see. I don't think I used the parking brake on this one. And we don't need Airbus style thrust reversers. Loviz is going to fly the C750 in the South Africa event. Not Big Snow has been out for a few drinks, but still needs to finish up sector timings. That's going to be probably a little more busy or a little more involved after a few beverages, I'm guessing.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
This is such a big airplane. And this is not like the Phoenix. You still have to use Shift C to get in the cockpit to do things. I don't think you can walk up the stairs here. All right, that looks good. Let the airplane finish its thing. And connect. We are in FDX. And we're a Boeing 77L, which is what you use if you're a freighter. And other 777s. You have to wait for the yoke to balance. Auto ATC beeped us with a squawk code. And there we are. I think that's Russ over there. So welcome on in. And I think I don't know how GSX works with this airplane. It's probably best to use stuff in this panel. So stairs and side cargo. I know, always have the Panda plane. Okay, that's going to take care of those. I'll bet I have to go and redo a few things. Ah, yes, we get to go and do that. That gets old with this an awful lot. Okay, I need Stormy's closet. You need to check out the weather cam while I put in, although I think I outed this earlier, so. Oh, where did it go? I need to do Hoppy A cars. Ah, there's Hoppy A cars. Cool. Okay, go in here to settings. Put in your SimBrief alias. And then put in your Hoppy A cars. And then change your ATC network to Hoppy. And weather source will make the sim. Keyboard, theme, save the preferences. And it says that my tablet preferences were updated. My Hoppy ID is valid and my Say Intentions ID is valid, and I don't have Say Intentions. Go figure. All right, let's try this again. All right, that looks good. Do I have my maps over here? We do. Okay, so once you get your flight plan in, then it's time to turn this airplane on because it takes a while to get it all started up. So battery. And there goes external power and secondary power. And then we need to do nav lights. We'll do window heaters. We'll do emergency exit lights and the ADARUs and the cabin utility. So, let's see. Now that we're in a different airplane, if you notice that the goofy little face camera and stuff is hesitating or being weird, please let me know. That way we'll know if it's a Phoenix thing or a Stormy thing. All right, so that looks good. And let me get my flight plan here. Here is our route. Polyat says it's been good so far, so maybe it's the new Airbus. That's too bad because that's a really cool airplane. 0712 is my squawk. 0712 is our squawk code. And the rest, we can do everything within the airplane itself. Yeah, let's see what happens when the airplane's going. It's already doing it, and it was already doing it by now in the Phoenix. So as it stands, it's a Phoenix thing. Well, maybe that means I need to change some of the settings. You know how in the Phoenix you do some rendering with the CPU or turn, maybe it's that. 777 is Star Trek The Next Generation, the beige explosion on the flight deck. It is. That sounds like a droid freaking out. That sound there, it's a 777 sound, and it really does. It sounds like it's a droid about ready to freak out in Star Wars. Okay, we need the airport, and our SID is Childers 5. Childers 5. Yes, you do get used to the beige, hot tub look, right? The 70s hot tub look on this airplane. They're having trouble with the Phoenix app that runs during the flight, sucking up resources, which is causing the AMD crashes. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. Be sure to note that in your notes so you don't overclimb. Coming into Houston. 26 right via the Zeke arrival. The Zeke 3. Oh, I'm sure they're working on it too. And it's 26 right, which means they're also using 26 left, which means they're also using 27. Grab all of those charts. Because they could give you any one of those charts. And we're just going to cargo, so we don't need any special charts. Okay. Airports. There were pages of bug fixes for this airplane. And now our airplane's working. How about that? Looks good. And FMC, July to August 7th. Yeah, and if you're not freaked out enough already, it's already August, by the way. Okay, we are at Memphis. KMEM. Memphis. And let's go and do next page for a GPS position and pop that one in there. A bunch of stuff has been fixed and optimized. Route and route request. Memphis to Houston, right there. Set the payload. It's loaded. Set fuel. We are fueled. Select route. And wait a second. And the route is requesting. Plenty of time to get a little more tea in the cup. Our route request has been sent. Performance. And our uplinks are done. And let's load it. It's RSR. Even the change log could possibly be narrowed down by about 2/3. RSR is very complete, although I do appreciate the effort that Robert Rendazzo is putting into his YouTube videos. I have appreciated those. And flight plan is correct. Activate it and execute it. So SimBrief says taking off on 36 left. Just got an A-Cars. ATC's popped up. Polyot says he is a lovely guy, to be honest, but he would not make a good lawyer. Denny Crane. He says too little in too many words. Boy, I just had a really mean thought. I need to be nice. He says little, he takes a lot of words to say very little. That sounds like a requirement for a career in politics. I'm not trying to be mean to Robert Rendazzo there, okay? I'm not. Transition, maintain 5,000 feet. Departure frequency is offline. He ran for office? Oh my God, I didn't know that, really? Somebody in the flight sim community ran for office? Oh my, stars and little planets. You're kidding. Oh my gosh. Departures, 36 left, 36 center. I'm guessing we're gonna get 36 center. Let's plan for 36 center. I didn't know that. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. That's hilarious to me. Okay, so after departure on the Childers, it's basically 5,000 feet and loop-de-loop up there. Okay, I think we know what we're doing. Hi, Black Dog. Okay, let's do departure and arrival, and then we'll do performance. That looks good. So, 36 center. And it's the Childers 5 via Answa. And execute. Hello, Green. Welcome aboard. Not a great day. Well, welcome in. Green, sorry you had a bad day today. Welcome in here. And we'll try and make it a little bit better. If not better, at least help you forget the annoying stuff for a while. Okay, the Zeke arrival. Zeke is going to bring us in. And for 26 right, that's for 27. 26 right is Hootie. Tell me that there's another waypoint here that's blowfish, basically. There's Boz for Boz Skaggs. There's got to be a blowfish thing in there. 26 right. And that's the one on the north side of the airport. And that's the one we're going to probably want because that means that takes us to North Cargo. Yeah, let's plan 26 right. I bet they'll put the cargos up there. Okay. Arrivals. ILS 26 right. On the Zeke arrival. Via Hootie. And via Sweep. Sweep, maybe? Okay. Okay, that looks good. Index. route, and now we can do performance init. Okay, we said flight level 340. I'm going to accept this. And the airplane is loaded. Load sheets. How do we do that here? I think we come over here. 520.2. 520.2. 0.3. That's close. And we'll pop that in. And now we'll come on back here and do performance. We think it's going to be runway 36 center for departure. Import data. Import weather. Altimeter's 3014. 3014. Trying to remember to do things the Boeing way after so much Airbusing. 3014. Let's also do that 5,000 feet now before we forget. That's good. Yeah, Hootie and the Blowfish. That's what I kind of thought it was. There should be a Blowfish. That's got to be what Hootie is, unless there's some other... Oh, well, it's Texas. There could be other Hooties. Okay, what are we going to do? 49 degrees and derate to -2 with flaps 5. -2, 49 degrees, and flaps 5. Okay. Center of gravity is 26.7. There we go. And V speeds 157, 158, 159. 157, 158, and 159. 159 goes up here. Let's see. Eyes have not adjusted for KIAH. I think I have decided how to spend my tax refund. I am going to extend the garage back, including the guest apartment on top. That means I can keep 3 garages and still build a home cockpit. Really? So you're still going to be able to do that and be able to park all the cars. That's outstanding. That's really going to be cool. Okay, everything else is good, right? It is. Nope, we wanted to go over to the ground page. I'm going to release side cargo. There goes side cargo. So instead of 2 parking spots, that was the original plan, there's another one, and that's where the cockpit goes. Green said, you might be doing something. I'm missing all of that conversation. Okay, everything is good here. Let's go ahead and just close the 1L door too. And start up the APU. And that looks good. Let's get some supernumerary signs on, because nothing screams flying like our supernumerary signs. Seriously, what engineer thought supernumerary was a good idea to use in a cockpit? Okay, over here, back over to Memphis. We're expecting 360 for our heading. Well, that's already done. So altimeter is set, speed, heading, altitude, flight directors can go on. Flight directors are on. We need to check the back before taxi and check the galley. Let's check those when we get up in the air. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. I'm spending just too much time on the ground. Now, granted, there's a lot to rabbit hole on the ground here, but still. Our new squawk code is 0712. Memphis ground is 121.9. Tower is 119.7. I think we're almost ready. You know how to make sure? Let's do a checklist. Oxygen, flight instruments, all good. Parking brake is set. Now the parking brake is set. All that looks good, and our checklist is complete. APU ground power disconnect. Ground power disconnect. Chocks disconnect. I think this is looking good. Next checklist is before start. Supernumerary signs on. Mode control panel, V2 heading and track and altitude are set. Our takeoff speeds are good, rotating at 158. The CDU is set. The trim is not set. That's supposed to be 5. Four and a half, 4 3/4, 5. Hang on, Ernie, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Trim is set. Taxi and takeoff briefing got totally blown off. Let's see if GSX will push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. FedEx. There's our crew chief, about ready to walk through a solid object. Let's see. There's a new printer. Hey, we're ready to get pushback. The tires will show damage on it. Great. Ground's 121.9. You do have to turn on the radio. Otherwise, you won't hear anything. Blowouts will probably be a problem. My guess is the ramp is uncontrolled here, right? You never really know.
FedEx 820, hello. Is the FedEx ramp uncontrolled?
Oh, somebody just asked the question.
On to Victor, you need clearance for push or start, but looks like you're going to be pushing straight back, so it'll be at your discretion right there.
Ooh, somebody's got a MD-11. We are at stand 205. 205. It's going to be nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, I think we're ready. Memphis ground, hello there. FedEx 441's 777 at stand 205. Information, Foxtrot's aboard. Our very nice PDC is aboard too. Requesting startup and pushback.
FedEx 441, Memphis ground, if you could squawk mode Charlie, but if you're right next to that MD-11 on your right-hand side, you're also pushing straight back, then push yourself into the direction
FedEx 441 will give you a call for taxi, and we'll watch out for the MD-11. Are we ready to go?
I'm showing you're squawking 071 111, your squawk is 0712.
0712. Thank you for checking us. FedEx 441.
Anytime, get help.
Shall we go? Hey, Pizza Racer. Welcome back, Pizza Racer. Good to see you, and thank you for coming by today. Uh-oh. 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 Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Reset. Okay, getting Volanta going.
Volanta offline.
Oh no,
Again.
the Volanta voice
Spy,
got me.
Do you need a checklist?
No, I need a keeper. I need a keeper. Starting engine number 1. They don't want Quiart as a customer. Thanks for reminding me, A-Cars. Not sure what we want to do when we get to Houston. We can switch planes and go someplace else. We can stay a cargo and go to another cargo place. Or we can just go to a completely different place where there's VATSIM ATC.
Please set parking brakes.
Checklist is complete. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Let's see. Kaeltho has been learning the CRJ. Your passengers are not enjoying it. Sadly, I don't think that most passengers enjoy a CRJ flight. Polyad says we have to take the Phoenix to Paro sometime. We do. Custom keyboard. It was a FedEx flight, and you followed it. Pizza Racer, yeah, my McDo from WinWing. I tracked that one on FlightAware. Polyot tracked his latest WinWing purchase on Flight Radar and saw it went all over the world. It didn't go around the world in 80 days, but it went back and forth about 100 times. Things got a little messed up there. Two good starts on our engines. Done with the APU. Flaps 5. And auto brakes. Cancel recall. TCAS is the only thing that shows up. Yeah, that was great. China, Japan, South Korea, China, Qatar, France, and London. That was the route that Polyot's latest toys from WinWing came in. It's amazing. Radar disconnected because a lot of noobs did not follow the instructions. Like the LAN 26 transition, so his mad disconnect. Koza, I heard that there was a kind of a rage quit or something. I'm sorry that the controller was frustrated. I'm sure that was probably frustrating as hell for them. But, you know, the thing is flying around, especially VATSIM Germany, you kind of have to know what you're doing. And not a lot of people realize that, you know, you got to know what you're up to.
Romeo, Mike 1. 36 left, Papa 1, Papa November, Romeo, and Mike 1, American 1959.
That's right. It was such a bad delivery. This was, yeah, that Windwing refunded the delivery fee. Amazing. Memphis ground, hello again. FedEx 441 has pushed and started from stand 205, requesting taxi.
441 heavy, Memphis ground, runway 36 center, taxi via Victor, Sierra, Romeo.
Going to runway 36 center, we are taxiing today via Victor, Sierra, and Romeo for FedEx 441.
And FedEx 441, my apologies, clear across runway 27 at Sierra.
We're also cleared across runway 27 at Sierra for FedEx 441. Thanks.
And Memphis ground, FedEx 820 short of Victor, request taxi, 36 left if able.
FedEx 820,
are we ready to go?
Memphis ground, taking the long way around is approved. 36 left.
Parking brakes are off.
Victor,
Taxi
Charlie,
lights are on.
Alpha, November, Romeo.
Here we go. Hi, RSM 482. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today.
Was that Victor, Alpha, Romeo, Charlie, November, and Mike 1 for FedEx 820?
Actually, FedEx 820, do you want less turns to make it a little bit easier?
And away we go.
Whichever gets us there faster, FedEx 820.
Koza says they followed the stars instead of the transition. So one of the things that happens, I've noticed, Koza, is when you do your flight plan, through SimBrief, like my flight plan was Birmingham down to München, and whenever you come into München, it always gives you the star. But I've noticed that the controllers, you don't even do the star.
We'll take
you basically do the transition like you said. The problem is some people don't even know about the transitions and stuff. And that's probably what throws people off right now.
Victor, Sierra, Romeo, cross 27 at Sierra, FedEx 820. Thanks.
Victor, Sierra, Romeo. And I think that's probably what causes the problem.
Runway 36 left via Juliet, Papa, November.
AZ could have used the flight when you booked your trip to Brussels. But Koza, that's probably how it happened. And the only reason, I didn't even program I don't even program in the star anymore. I just do the transition. You delete the star before pre-file. That's him, always. Yeah. And that's just a matter of experience and knowing what happens around München and all. You know, it's like knowing when you fly out of Atlanta, you've got to be ready to use the right runway. AZ has 8 weeks before a real-world departure, and the excitement is already building, right? Always exciting. Oh, look at that. They put a nose wheel tiller over on the co-pilot's side on this airplane. So co-pilots can taxi the 777. Polyad has a real-world flight in 2 days.
FedEx 820 Heavy and FedEx 441 Heavy. Monitor tower when you get across Bravo on 119.7.
Monitor the tower 119.7 when we get across Bravo. Thank you from FedEx 441. Queard says a rescue chopper just went by. So Polyad, do you get to fly any fun airplanes? Are you going to fly Miss Moneypenny or Joan Jett? Oh, wait a minute. You're probably taking a Delta flight this time, right? RSM just arrived in Sharm el Sheikh. Is that a real flight that you got to do, or are you doing... or is that something else? That's right. Only flies in a Giselle-approved airline now. Gotta go back to Jersey and visit with Giselle. We're actually taxiing about 11 knots. We'll let the speed pick up a little bit when we get on after this 90-degree turn. On Victor. It's an A330 Neo, and you've got seat 1A. No kidding. That's going to be a nice seat. And that's Victor at Sierra. And of course, the most important part of the flight is to do the PMDG pen ASMR. Click your pen 3 times. Oh, look at that. The pen now clicks the way the real pens click. So it used to be the pen, only it was the little top part. Now it's the whole pen that clicks, just like the real PMDG pen clicks. So we now have the correctly clicking pen. I'm practically certain that somebody who got the real pen told PMDG that the pen did not click correctly. And so they decided to fix it so that none of the PMDG pilots would be clicked off.
American 1959, having contact the tower 119.7.
Contact tower 119.7. American 1959, heavy. Come on.
Towers 1197. Okay, let's add just a little bit of power here and get our minimum takeoff fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel is 37.8. And work fuel is 47.2. We got more than enough fuel. Over the bridge. Slink for Slink says the 777 PM FMC has been good. I'm supposed to have minimum is 37.8. I have 42.6. So I misread it, didn't I? Thanks, Sim Murray. We still have enough, so there's no reason to panic, but I should read the numbers correctly. Poliot says that the camera is now a Phoenix issue. That's too bad. I'm sure they'll fix it. It's Phoenix. They'll fix it. Green is now hacked off. But I think it's very easy. And we're supposed to monitor when we get to Romeo. So when we get to Romeo, we go to tower. Thrust idle and we're
177 heavy ground contact at power 119.7.
Okay. Airport, data, traffic. Russ says IAH CTAP. I think there might already be some ATC there, Russ. Thank you for that. I'm going to pop that into my notes. So we may need that for later. Pizza Racer says it is bucketing down outside. My guess that means rain. And if you look at ESSB, you'll see that. Russ says, no, there is no ATC. Probably everybody's getting rested up for Friday night ops.
Ground. Sound check.
So it's raining cats and dogs where Pizza Racer is.
Last aircraft calling Memphis ground. Say again.
And we were told to monitor as we're approaching taxiway Romeo, and we are. ESSB is Bromma Airport near, and that's one of the other Stockholms. It's just outside the city limits of Stockholm, Sweden. Before takeoff checklist is complete, it's time to go. Ice Joe is in chat. Hi, Ice Joe. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're just getting ready to blast off in our 777.
FedEx 441 Heavy, runway Memphis Tower, hello, runway 36 center, line up late, expect 90 seconds or longer.
FedEx 441 Heavy, line up and wait. Got plenty of fuel if we need to wait. 36 setter, FedEx 441. Strobes?
It won't be long. FedEx 177 Heavy, RNAW, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff.
XLT 588, welcome aboard.
Subscriber confirmed.
XLT 588 just did a
Loyalty
resub.
noted.
Hey, thanks, XLT 588. XLT has been here for 8 months. Thank you for 8 months of support and helping me to keep the lights on and be in such great jet fuel in the flight plan. Lights. And everything is ready. This is going to be a LNAV VNAV departure. And I think we're all ready to go. Fireman Tim says in
177
one
Heavy,
more
no one's
month
above
to
me,
go
frequency
before
change approval,
JetBlue's final E190 AR flight.
FedEx 441 Heavy, RNAW, runway 36 center, clear for takeoff.
36 setter clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV Beal for FedEx 441. Thanks. I usually wait until I'm getting ready to go. Then I hit the clock, Russ. So that's the only reason why I didn't do it sooner. I kind of wait till we get rolling down the runway. And auto thrust. What? What disagrees? Runway. This is 36 center. This is 36 center. I'm on the right runway. I'm being a good pilot. Don't you yell at me. Airplanes these days have no respect for sim pilots. Positive climb, gear going up. It must be a scenery bug. Mary Arbitrary got the Sim Update 3 beta. How do you like it, Mary Arbitrary? It's loading faster and your sim runs better. Wow. That's right. The airplanes these days. Over to VNav and progress. And Arnab Beal, just like a good pilot. And flaps. There goes the leading edge slats. And one of the cool things about the 777s is you can't see it out my window because the windows are so small, but you do have engine wobble on these airplanes. Total air temperature 27 degrees, don't have to worry about icing. XLT got the Airbus joystick today. How long did you have to wait for that to arrive? Did it go to 20 other different places too?
FedEx 441, sorry about that. Frequency change.
Over to Unicom. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon from FedEx 441.
My apologies, FedEx 441. Approach the songs on 125.8.
Oh, 125.8. Approach. Thank you so much. FedEx 441. Have a good weekend. 125.8. I hope the people at Approach are approachable. Sunjammer's calling it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. It was so much fun flying out of your hometown airport. I think it was really, really nice. So you've got a great Birmingham airport, Sunjammer. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Memphis departure. Very good evening. FedEx 441's at Pyramid at 5,000 feet.
FedEx 441 Heavy Memphis departure. Ready to contact. Maintain at 16,000.
16,000 for FedEx 441. That's right. You would rather have the engine wobble than break off the wing. Could we take the 777 off in Leeds, Bradford? Well, if it's light enough, my guess is the answer is yes. Gotta tell it to climb. Pizza Racer wants to get the Virpil mid-range stick. I think, based on what I know about Virpil products, anything you get from Virpil, you're going to be very happy with. Green says if it's wobbling, that means it's not giving as much resistance. Sling for Slinks is calling it a night. Good night.
5150 Heavy, the Memphis Airport.
Good night to you, and thank you for coming in. Happy Finally Friday. Have a good weekend. Catch you next time. Something. If it didn't wobble, the stress would go to the wing and it would tear itself up. So they have to make it wobble, or else it would tear it off the wing. And we can't have that. After takeoff checklist, landing gears up, flaps are up. After takeoff checklist is done. It's the same reason why buildings and bridges move. And 10,000 feet, lights, 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 and lights.
FedEx 5150,
Seat belts to auto.
Clear visual 36 left.
That's right, Green. If only humans could wobble a little bit when, you know, bosses stress us out and other things. We are all kinds of unstable here. Unstable is welcome at the spy flight. Diamond has wobble built into the GA airplanes. It makes the ride smoother and it absorbs turbulence, which means that you're not going to spill your champagne on takeoff. Hi, Hydrospace. Atlas system is, oh my gosh, I remember Seafair. And everything's okay here. 443 miles from Houston.
FedEx 5150, heavy contact, Memphis Tower 119.7, failed. Over to Tower, appreciate the ATC, have a great day.
Probably 122.8 is next for us. There we go.
FedEx 441, heavy Lima airspace to the southwest, Memphis Center is closed, service terminated, frequency trends advisory approved, have a good flight.
Over to Unicom for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thank you for the ATC and have a good weekend. 122.8. Portal TTV is here. Skyscrapers wobble. The top floors move a few feet laterally in heavy winds. Which is why you always want to put the bar up at the top level of your building that's going to move a few feet. Especially when the people who've had a little bit too much get up from the bar stool, right, Portal? Poliot, you used to work in a skyscraper and you hated it for because it wobbled a bit. I believe the engineering term that Russ says we're talking about is load. There are all types of load: wind load, dead load, and live loads. And boy, that left the door open for far too many tasteless jokes, so I'm just gonna shush. I'm gonna put on my bowling hat and my Angel's halo and not say any of the nasty jokes. There's an office on the 68th floor of the World Trade Center and you hate that office, really? Oh my gosh. I could imagine. Final cruise is going to be flight level 340. Pratt PT says to hydrate and to stretch. We ought to do that. It is safe. Well, it's like, you know, the 737 MAX is, you know, when bad things happen, things get safer. And continuing the climb, Houston, here we come. And the chance to go down to Rudy's Barbecue. And we got a whole line of flights going out. It would be interesting to see one of the skyscrapers that has a counterweight at the top, since it gives you a reference to see just how much you're swaying. You would kind of pass out a little bit if you walked up to the window and might maybe even throw up. XLT wants to go from Miami to Minneapolis. It's kind of quiet right now. Salt Lake is up. Bozeman, Jackson Hole, and Salt Lake are up. We could change airplanes. We haven't been in a CRJ in a while. Oakland and LA is up. So is Phoenix. So maybe somewhere out west if we don't want to fly out of Houston for our next flight. Russ's dad had an office on the 49th floor of the Empire State Building. Really? You would go into work on Saturdays. The windows were old school pull-up windows, allowed you to toss the coned water cup. Oh, I remember the coned water cups, and they would just kind of float down. Really? Yeah, airplanes are fine, buildings are fine, but high up in some places are a little bit.
Loyalty noted.
Pizza Racer has a balcony. It makes you dizzy. I'm on the 3rd floor, so this camera is 3 floors up, and it's not. I can look off to the side. It's not bad. Pratt PT also just resubbed, and it's 21 months. Pratt PT, thanks for the nice resub. And some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. RSM's brother works in One Canada Square, which is the tallest building in the Cannery Wharf area. Sadly, people get canned there all the time. That probably isn't funny. That's where Polyot worked, at One Canada Square. Pizza Racer's on a 3rd floor. In the no, this is the 3rd floor here. There's no basement here. There's not a lot of basements in this part of the country. At least not that I've noticed. Okay, altimeters are checked and set. All right, everything's good there. Hawk Driver is back. Hawk Driver, welcome in. Hawk Driver's been here for over 50 months. 56 months. Hawk Driver, thank you so much for a nice resub. Hawk Driver does lots of flights with us too. Thank you for coming in today. Happy Friday, happy weekend. And thank you for the resub. Russ's says that the weather radar is working. So, let's see here. I'm going to go for weather and turbulence. Tilt is not going to work, and I'm going to leave gain alone. And then let's turn weather on up here, and that should give us weather and turbulence. Hawk Driver, thank you so much. Dom T Gaming says pizza, and Matt1997 has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Well, I'm excited about the Bluebird. I don't think it's going to be here anytime soon. Probably not until, to be honest, next year. Tesla has been ordered to pay $329 million in damages for a crash. Oh my gosh. Acars wants to know what is favorite fish. I make a really good spicy tuna sandwich type of a thing, but I'd have to say Cajun salmon. It's something that I make. So it's basically, you know, a piece of salmon. And there is a product that you can get in the rice section of the grocery stores here in the United States. And I've never really figured out how to pronounce it. It's either Zatarans, Zatarians, I don't know. Zatarans, I think. And it's called Zatarans Dirty Rice. Zatarans Dirty Rice. And so what I do is I make the Zatarans Dirty Rice in a pot on the stove. And I get that going a little bit, and what I'll do is I'll pour, after it's cooked a bit, I'll take some of the water that you cook it in, which has the really great Cajun spices. So, you know, maybe a little bit of butter on the tin foil. So tin foil, then salmon, and then some pretty generous spoonfuls of the dirty rice and some of the water in there. And then turn up the sides of the tin foil and bake that in the oven. And you get a really, really great Cajun salmon that way. Zatarans? Okay. Less excited about the Bluebird owner's arrogance and vigilantism crusades on the internet. Oh, really? I think I've heard a little bit about that. Yeah, the owner of Bluebird is talking about stuff. Russ, thank you for the pronouncer. But I've got to tell you that the Zatarain's dirty rice is really, really good. Well, that's what they call it, dirty rice. It's just all sorts of really great spices and stuff. I think it's basically just like brown or white rice. But it's really good. And you can go and take that and use the water from that. You know, the water that you're cooking the rice in that's going to have all those spices in there. Try drizzling that on a steak that you're cooking on a grill. And oh my gosh, that's going to be really, really good. So there's the cooking tip for the day. If you ever see that, stock up on a couple of boxes of that and have it up there if you want to experiment in the kitchen. Memphis Center's up. Memphis Center is 132.55. 132.55. There we go. Let's listen in. Yeah, we're still talking to Memphis Center. Thanks, Ross. We'll wait until we get beat. Atlas uses a rice cooker. Okay, so yeah, this is the kind of, this stuff you have to cook in a saucepan. So you don't use a rice cooker like this. So this, you know, use a saucepan, and if you're going to use it, not just to make the dirty rice, but you're going to basically, you know, also use it to, you know, put on your salmon or put on your steak or something. Then maybe add, if it says 2 cups of water, then add maybe another half cup, just so that you've got a little bit of extra water to pull out of there, and it's really good. But yeah, you wouldn't use a rice cooker, Atlas Systems. Yeah, give it a try if you find it in your local store. Zatarain's dirty rice. It's pretty flavorful on other things. And it's just a nice kind of a, you know, side dish rice kind of a thing for whatever else you're making. And you know, you can put sausages in there and other things if you'd like. $132. Oh, it's 550, not 555. 550. There we go.
015.
This might be at the Holberg 4 arrival, Memphis North, altimeter 301, 5 FedEx 12-1.
Memphis Center, good afternoon from American 1959 Heavy, level at 400.
American 1959 Heavy, Memphis Center, hello. American 1959 Memphis Center. You're going to be leaving my airspace to the south shortly. I will have an amendment to your flight plan, though, so stand by one.
Uh-oh, they're amending flight plans. We's going to die. Memphis Center, hello from FedEx 441 Heavy, about 20 miles north of Edwa at flight level 340.
FedEx 441 Memphis Center, hello. American 1959, there's an amendment to your flight plan. Advisory, ready to copy?
Uh-oh.
Ready to copy flight plan for American 1959 Heavy.
American 1959 Heavy, are you able to accept the Doobie 3 arrival with the sweep transition, rest of route unchanged?
Affirmative. We can take the DB3. And what was the transition one more time for American 1959 Heavy?
It's sweep. Sierra Whiskey Echo
Uniform Papa.
DB3 sweep. We'll plug that in for American 1950 Heavy. Rest of the flight plan unchanged.
American 1959 Heavy, read back as correct. Leave my airspace to the south. Forward centers closed. Radar service terminated. Free change approved.
Back over to Unicom. American 1959 Heavy.
Well, this is still for the 26s, but they're just putting us on a different arrival. It's the same transition here at SWIA.
Maintain level 380.
Okay, so we're ready to go with either the Zeke or the Doobie, depending upon whatever they want.
American 1442 Memphis Center, hello, your radar contact, flight level 320, welcome.
Memphis Fairwing 2332, level 380.
Bearings 2332, Memphis Center, hello.
Memphis Center, United 1124, flight level 240.
United 1124, Memphis Center, hello, radar contact, position is reported.
Houston Center is about to come online.
United 1124,
some are quicker than others if they're on board.
Flight plan advised, ready to copy.
Oh, that was, they don't die that much. It's
United
not that
1124,
bad.
able to accept the Doobie 3 arrival, sweep transition, rest of route unchanged.
Affirm, United 1124. We'll expect 2B3 swoop transition.
United 1124, thank you. You're cleared to the Houston airport via present position. As filed, Doobie 3 arrival, sweep transition, maintains level 340.
Alright, we're cleared to Houston as filed for the, and then the Doobie 3 arrival, swoop transition, United 1124.
FedEx 441, I have amendments here. Flight plan advised, ready to copy.
FedEx 441 is now ready to copy.
FedEx 441 are able to accept the Doobie 3 arrival, sweep transition, rest of route unchanged.
FedEx 441 can accept the Doobie arrival via SWIA.
FedEx 441, thank you. You're cleared to the Houston airport by present position as filed. Doobie 3 arrival, sweep transition.
FedEx 441 now cleared to Houston via the present flight plan, but our arrival is now the Doobie 3 sweep transition for FedEx 441.
The readback's correct.
Okay, so we're done with the Zeke arrival, and let's come on down here.
Memphis Center, Alpha Kilo 182,
Departure and arrival,
climbing to 16,000,
and
inbound
index and arrivals and Doobie
Okay, 182
3.
Memphis Center, hello. Climb and maintain level
SWIA.
330, hello.
And I think we're still expecting 26 right.
Climb and maintain 320.
I don't think it's Hootie on this one. It's
FedEx
Boz.
441, you leave my airspace to the south, forward centers closed, ready to service terminated, free change approved, have a good one.
Over to Unicom for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too, love the streams.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. Okay. So it's Boz is what Doobie puts us out at. Do we have Boz? No, we only have Hootie and Zappo. I'm just going to leave that blank. I have a feeling that's for another runway. Is that what it is? Doobie arrivals. No, it doesn't have a runway listed in there. There's going to be another change to our flight plan after that, so we need to be ready for that. There are no sea monsters in the air. Well, let's see. Runway 26 right is cargo. So I'm still expecting 26. I just didn't see that transition. Let's look over at 26 right and see what it says. So there's Hootie over here. There's Zappo. But again, so there's Hootie, Grizzly, Zappo, and Newly. On the Doobie arrival, what this does, there's Doobie, Hart, Bopper, Otis, and Boz. But it's 4 runway 26 left. So we'll see what happens. They could put us over there. That's why I went and got 26 right, 26 left, and 27. Let's see what 26 left says. And there's Boz right over there. So we'll see what they do. Right now we're going to play on the right side, but they may put us on the left side. Or Boz Skaggs, it could be. I'm not sure if they're doing musical music arrivals or not. 292 miles. There's probably also so Sweep, and there's Chubbs and Boz. Okay, so we'll probably we'll leave the discontinuity for now. But we're probably going to get to change that before too long. 156 miles to top of descent. It's 22:17. Our descent should be 22:37. We're going to be getting into Houston just as this VATSIM event's kicking into gear. So we can decide to, on a Friday night, yeah, JSG Droid did Hootie because you could listen to Hootie and the Blowfish or Bob Skaggs all day long. Oh, the Boss Baby joke. I get it now. I'm a little slow. Tim Dog installed the Nvidia driver and 2020 won't load. That's part of the reason why I always wait on a driver. I just let it sit in the milk for like a week or so before I'll put it in. Every time I don't do that, I always regret it. Sorry you're having to, you know, roll back your driver and stuff. So let's see. We do have a bunch of ATC. Salt Lake is up. We can go Salt Lake into the Pacific Northwest. Jackson Hole is up. Boise's up. Bozeman, Salt Lake. Looks like somebody's going to Helena and Glacier Park. That's probably SimCs are going to Glacier Park. We could take a CRJ. We haven't been in one of those in a while. Or a Max. Albuquerque has Tower. And Oakland and LA are up. And Polyot says there is a conga line today. Yep, a full line of those of FedExes. It's a huge shipment. It's a huge shipment of Wilson volleyballs coming into Houston. There must be a volleyball tournament. Because Houston's known for its volleyball games, right? Russ says we could also go to KAMA. So that means we'd stay on the ground. The only thing that scares me about that is it's going to get slammed in Houston before too long. And if it gets slammed into Houston, it'll be forever before we get a clearance. That's the only reason. KIAH, KAMA. Kama? That is Rick oh, that's Amarillo. That's Amarillo Airport. Your favorites to yellow, it shows up a lot better. Volleyballs and 3 pounds of cooking bacon in the galley oven. Oh my gosh. JSG Droid is making bacon again. So let's keep that in mind as a flight too. If we can get a clearance and it takes less than, 45 minutes to get a clearance, we could go up to Amarillo. So 3 pounds of bacon cooking in the galley oven. Well, your cockpit's got to smell really good about now. NASCAR wants to go to Newark and take some Houston wrestling fans to SummerSlam. There are spies saved to Polyot's list on VATSIM radar. You gotta keep an eye on all the spies. Okay, on the Doobie arrival. So that puts us out at 8,000 feet. Top of descent's 100 miles. I think the band gave up on us. Nothing else to worry about here. Minimums, that's probably a deal. So 2-6 right is what we'll plan for. It's probably about the same on the left side. Minimums are 295 feet. That's going to be easy to program in. $295 feet. Great. Let's see. I don't see. There is an ATIS up for IAH. Let's see what it says here for ATIS. Okay, Houston information chuckles. Winds are 150 at 4, 10 miles visibility, scattered clouds, 36, the altimeter 3007. Rivals expect ILS or RNAV, Yankee, runway 26 right, 26 left, 27. Simultaneous approaches in use. Departing runway is 15 left and 15 right. NOTAM's United Ramp Control is in effect. All aircraft taxi with the transponder on. Good news is there's no bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. Since we're cargo flying, my guess is the best thing for us to do is just stick with the 26 right, and if they change, it'll be an easy visual landing. I'm gonna try and do a poll now. I haven't been Polish in a while. I'm having to abbreviate some of these airports. I can't see chat. Hang on a sec. Okay, that's about it. Atlanta's up. I think we've been to Atlanta enough lately. Let's see if there's just anything outside. Toronto's up. There's ground in ATIS at Kona. Okay, that's probably good. Well... we'll just put one in that people like. Okay, there is a poll that is appearing at the top of your chat. I'm sorry if you're over on YouTube. I only think it's on Twitch, but you can quickly go over to Twitch and just hit the poll at the top. I think you can vote in that really easily. So that poll is up there now if you want to vote. Okay, this is good. 81 miles to top of descent. And we've also got to do the checklist in a bit. We've got weather aboard. Oh, we can preset. Oh, one of the cool things about Boeing, you can preset the altimeter. 3007. That's something I like. All you have to do is press a button and your altimeter is set. But it's a really small number down here. 3007. Irvy, yeah, it's that silly auto ATC. I don't usually do much with the auto ATC. It's kind of ridiculous. Looks like Los Angeles to Vegas is winning in a landslide. It looks like LA to Vegas is winning big time. That would probably be a good 737 MAX flight or a CRJ flight. So far, it's still just Memphis that's up. No sign of Houston yet. Or we could take the C750. You could do that. I might take something I have a little more control over on my third flight. My brain does start to fizzle a little bit by the time the third flight happens, Irvy. Good evening, Dad. Game time. Welcome aboard. Irvy's going to take that one. There are just some things that I haven't learned quite yet, and it's not quite as automatic as I'd like it to be. Escapes, you could also do a Southwest 737 MAX on that. And there's SWE-UP. Poll is completed. Los Angeles to Vegas. Our first flight tomorrow is going into Kiev. Okay, Los Angeles, KLAX, Las Vegas, KLAS. Okay, let me get the next command set up so you can get I see cows in there. Queer home, the Diamond Airport. That's your home airport? All right. Okay, next is good. Auto ATC is not very good. It never leaves me any good. So Quiard is now home. Oh, so you are home now. Tim Dog says though that there was a feedback if you don't like the instruction. I've usually beat it
Subscriber
though.
confirmed.
Wabi
Top
is
clearance
here.
granted, Agent.
Hi, Wabi.
Loyalty noted.
Thank you for the resub, Wabi. Wabi's been here for 7 months. Thank you so much for the nice support. Always say it, but thank you for the jet fuel and the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here, Wabi. Welcome, welcome. Let's bring in the map a click. And according to the Doobie arrival, we're going to go to 8,000 feet at Boz. No ATC, so we'll let the airplane do its thing. $40 miles to top of descent. And our big 777 is all ready to go. So Tim Dog says that auto ATC is manually programmed by somebody in the ATC center. It's not an AI. And Pauliette says, yet. Probably not as menacingly as I did, but it is AI. Mo in there, Marcel. Welcome, welcome. Happy finally Friday, although it's got to be getting close to Saturday for you. Xanax is in chat. I hope that's your name. Over on YouTube. I actually don't mind it. It works most of the time. When it does get hung up, it can be a little bit freaky and have attitude and stuff, but it's usually pretty good. It's usually a pretty good system, and I like it. Let's see. Goalie is hard at work on the VATSIM AI implementation that is planned. So they are planning to do some AI in VATSIM. I think we're all set for our descent. Oh, it's Gary Oliver. Oh, okay. As in Gary Oliver, Simfest UK. I know now. I'm very much outside the loop of what a lot of the cool kids know. I know the airplane and really bad jokes. And beach shirts. Those are good too. Irvi is at Mach 0.75. I'm guessing you're telling me that because I'm kind of burning up, coming up on your tailpipes right now, and I need to slow down a little bit. Oh, somebody asked Irby that. Okay. Then we'll just go with our econ speed. $18 miles to top of descent. Maybe Arch will be doing control tower at Los Angeles today, and we can buzz his VOR station. That might be fun. Oh, is it green? Are you? Am I overtaking you, green? I'll try not to do bumper planes. We'll try not to run into other airplanes. I've got an airplane 25 miles ahead of me. So maybe I will go ahead and just change my speed here. For my descent. There is a way to set up the step climbs. Oh, it's Irvi that's behind you. I feel like I was getting close to that airplane up ahead. So I'm just going to go ahead and slow it down too. I know there is a way to set those up, Marcel. I think the way that you do that is in legs. You would change the altitudes in here. I think that's the way that works. I usually, whenever there's a step climb, I always do it manually. So if we had a step climb at Eagles, then you would do like slash and flight level 370 or whatever and put that in. Now, sometimes that stuff will automatically come in from your flight plan in some airplanes. And I think that's the way you do it in a 777. I don't usually do that though. Atlas Systems gets to see the Blue Angels soon. Oh, they were supposed to have updated some stuff in the cabin. Got some nice seats back here. And they apparently did some stuff in the galley, maybe? I don't see any pizza. They didn't leave any food for us. They left the Aston Martin DB5 back in here for us, so that's good. I like the fact they have a little curtain there for the flight deck. All right, almost time to descend. And descent. So it's going to slow me down a little bit. And down we go. All I see is Memphis Center, but we're getting pretty close
Welcome
to...
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Beto just did a really nice follow. Hi, Beto. Welcome aboard. I don't know. I really didn't get a chance to even check the changelog. Polyot says it's mostly bug fixes. Not that I find that many bugs in this airplane anyway. It really does work well for me. Just a totally solid plane with a cute bear on the side. A cute bear on the side. And our descent's going relatively good. Assuming if we are a little bit too early, Russ did the checked it out. CTAF is 125.350 for Houston. 125.350. There we go. I know it does make you smile, doesn't it? Having a panda on the side of your airplane, it does make you smile. And anything that we can do to make us smile is a good thing now. Welcome aboard, Espresso Kate. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Happy Finally Friday. Happy weekend. And here's hoping the espresso is always tasty. I know. Happy Friday. Always good to celebrate Friday. And all of this is good too. IAH does have ATIS. There is IAH delivery on now. So my guess is all they're getting ready to go. Nemesis, welcome on in. Nemesis is multiplayer to Houston and on the descent right now. Happy landings into Houston. And seatbelts going on. Our next departure is LA and Vegas. I need to go and do add-on linker. And put Vegas in. Espresso Kate, it's 100% fresh and hot espresso. All right, so we do have Vegas scenery. It's the Fly Tampa. There is also Vegas, the city. if you see from Fly Tampa, but my Vegas city, something's wrong with it. So I don't dare try and turn that on. But there's both. So I think I need to go and update that or something. And Los Angeles is any builds. Los Angeles. And there's any builds. Oh, it's always loaded in. When I can't click it, that means it's always on. Okay, we got scenery ready to go. Espresso Kate had 4 cups of coffee. I am down in the summertime to 2 cups right now because it's just kind of hot and stuff outside. Oh, no, I wanted that. There we go. Ooh, we may have a thunderstorm in the area. Yes, Paul, you're absolutely right. You do need to restart your sim. So just because I added them in to the, just because I added it into using, what is it? Add-on linker, it did, you still have to restart. And yep, you can see we got a thunderstorm to the west and the south of town. Looks like the one is coming right down I-90. Probably not a big bad deal. Espresso Kate has bleeding ears. Oh no. The World Meteorological, 2 world records now. Yeah, I read about that. The longest lightning flash. Amazing that we can go and measure that, isn't it? Something had better be in an agreement. Well, we might have some thunder outside. I don't think we need to stop though. If it were, well, let's see. Did they put out a severe thunderstorm watch today? I didn't think I see that. Nah, it's just a garden variety thing. No reason to panic. And bring in the map a click. Xscape says there's something called Glide Slope Pro released a nice scenery for Vegas a few days ago and it's $5. Xscapes. Let's see if that's on Sim App Pro. No, what is it? It's FS Add-on Compare. Let's see if that's over here and what it is. KLAS. So Feel There, VA Systems, Fly Tampa, I think that's the one that I've got. VA Systems, there's Marketplace. So those are the only ones that I know about right now. And mine, like I said, is Fly Tampa. Best price for the Fly Tampa is over at Orbix. Xscape says that other one is in the marketplace. That's right, Pizza Racer. We can always find a reason to panic. That's the reason why Polyat's British half of your body is far more educated than the American side. No kidding. Tim Dog says this is the scenery. So here it is over here. KLAS, Harry Reid International Airport from Glide Slope Pro. It's $5. It looks absolutely amazing. Wow. This looks really nice. Why do they have Southwest Park to Terminal D? Maybe it's I don't know. It's for Flight Sim 2024. Southwest parks at B and G. It could be static it could be static scenery. This does look really, really nice. Animated jetways. Ground textures. Dynamic lighting. Nearby Vegas hotels. Looks like they've got some a Sphere Vegas. This is a developer that stole. Uh-oh. Well, maybe we'll leave it alone. I'm sorry if they did, and you know, good luck with their product, but they change. Good. Seriously, they need to put out like a magazine about people that change their names. Yeah, rebranding. I mean, eventually people can find out what happened. I mean, we all know what happened to ValueJet, right? We're a little bit high. Let's throw out speed brakes, see if that helps. There we go. It just needed some speed brakes. Escapes. I have absolutely no idea either. It's tough to tell. It's just super duper difficult to tell anymore. You know, if there's a rebranding or something. Altimeters. And let's do arrivals. First of all, cancel recall. Yes, I know the speed brakes are out. And recall, notes, auto brakes. 3 always works for me. Landing data, init ref, full flaps, 145 to land. Approach briefing is done. And now let's do altimeters, and approach checklist is done. Wolfies celebrating Friday. Welcome aboard, Wolfies. Happy Friday. Good to see you.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Lion Drummer. Thank you for the follow. And that's why they're not on stores. JSG droids coming in. That's right. Did I say the Airbus 777? Hey, at least I got the hat on, right? Tim Dog has had to uninstall GeForce Experience and delete some DLL files. That is a little scary. We're slowly catching up. I have not flown a Captain Sim product ever. I'm afraid I have not had that pleasure. Looks like it wants more speed brake. Flaps 1. Flaps 5. Wolfie misses the TFDI 717. I'm going to continue to let us go down to 3,000 feet. Lights. Lovis is going to do, that's right, there is a special FedEx group flight. There is ATC in Memphis right now. Houston should be coming online almost immediately. And this is for people that are flying in the FedEx the FedEx Virtual Airlines. Wolfie, good to see you, and thank you for coming back in. Welcome back here, and happy weekend. .210 on my speed. Heading bug straight up. Well, the speed brakes are not helping with the descent at all. Somebody started a hype train because Lion Drummer resubbed. I noticed they just kind of pop in and out all the time. Lion Drummer, thank you for the resub and for 10 months of great support. Thank you for being here. Will from online just came in. Hi, Will. Welcome aboard. We are getting ready to do Los Angeles to Las Vegas. Going to take a 737 MAX on that one. Is there an evil twin? Can we just go a little bit slower, airplane? There's Will from online. Welcome, welcome, Will. Thank you for coming back by. Happy weekend. And oh wow is here. Oh wow just did, what was that? Oh, there's some bits from oh wow. Welcome on in. 500 bits. That was nice. Welcome on in. And oh wow, it's Friday. Happy weekend. ZLP arrived too, just in time for landing. Welcome aboard, ZLP7. Friday it is, and the weekend has begun. Let the festivities begin. I'm gonna go and arm the localizer, because we have
Bits
localizer.
intercepted. Intel secured. Every bit helps. Thanks,
And
Agent.
Will from online is very cheerful today. Oh my gosh, that was 1,000 bits. Thank you for some extra support. And some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. As always. And I think you just kicked that little hype train up a little bit too. There is a little hype going on. Oh wow. Houston traffic, there is a big old FedEx 777 coming in, setting up for the ILS. We're going for runway 27 left for 26 right, I mean, for Houston. FedEx 441. That was a ridiculously stupid call. Will, thank you for the nice cheers. Oh wow, thank you for the nice cheers too. IAH, I think, is just coming online. We are on CTAF right now. Nope. Houston traffic, there is a FedEx 777. We are short finals. Setting up for the ILS, runway 26 right, Houston.
FedEx 441, Heavy Houston Tower, good evening. The wind is 150 at 4, runway 26 right, clear to land, number 2.
26 right, clear to land from FedEx 441. Thanks for some surprise ATC. Number 2 for the runway.
Thanks
Yay.
for stopping by.
Okay. We heard there's free barbecue.
Oh, I don't know who told you. Stop by the tower.
It's Texas. There's always free barbecue in Texas. Okay, approach. And we're 180 until 5 mile finals, and then it's 145 plus a few. How about 147? Well, the event is starting. I know. I'm just trying to be pleasant about surprise ATC. Next is LA to Vegas in the max. I'm hoping for a nice landing. The Optimistic Realist is in chat on YouTube. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
And Adrian BT, thank you for your follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Okay, posture check time.
Tower, good evening. Wind 150 at 4, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land 27, FedEx 820 Heavy.
Okay, looking good here. Coming into Houston, we're going to be exiting to the left and going back to cargo. And there's 180. And we are 11 mile finals. Optimistic Realist, this is the flight, the PMDG 777. And we're flying cargo flying. Yeah, I think it's the 200 ER, which is also the cargo planes, if I have that right. I have been known to confuse those. Seatbelts, also known as supernumerary signs. Actually, Polyot is the one, thank goodness, is here. Got it right for us. It's the 200 LR.
American 1959, Heavy, welcome.
Yeah, I'm confident that that'll happen one day too.
118.57, welcome.
Straight ahead, Foxtrot Delta over the ground, 118.5 for, I think that was right for American
1959 Heavy, almost 118.57.
118.7 for American 59 Heavy, thank you.
How about wheels? I get the landing gear right. I will get the landing gear right. Got the airport, got the runway. Green says look off to the left. Green is doing a parallel approach. There's green right over there. See green right there? Parallel approaches. Espresso Kate was stuck on one of those for 16 hours. It was a miserable flight. And there's 5 miles. 147 to land. And more flaps. Landing checklist. And full flaps. There goes 4 flaps. We're being very fancy today. We are watching for alligators for sure, ZLP7. All right, everything's done, right? We're good to go. AP is off.
1,000.
Lobiz says the 777 is easier to land than the A319. I don't know. I'm able to do. I've got my little A319 in the happy zone. Can I take that to Vegas next? Can I do a little blue tulip hop? JSG Droid had a minus 232. Alphabet Soup, see, you know, Polyot was saying, you know, will I ever get the 300 ER or LR right? It's kind of an alphabet soup for me right now.
400.
Auto throttle's off.
Approaching minimums. Sync rate. Minimums.
Did I get the numbers wrong too? I'm sorry.
50. 30. 20. 10.
FedEx 820 Heavy, welcome to Houston, exit right when able. And are we going to East Cargo or the FedEx transit station?
Right when able, and we're going to the FedEx 820 Heavy.
FedEx 820 Heavy, roger, straight ahead, Sierra Foxtrot, short of the ramp, contact ground 1, let's see which one they want, 118.57 for me.
Straight ahead, Sierra Foxtrot, and 118.575, FedEx 820 Heavy, thanks.
Stow the reversers.
FedEx 441 Heavy, welcome to Houston, exit left when able. Are we feeling FedEx Cargo or East Cargo?
We heard the free barbecues at East Cargo from FedEx 441.
Roger, make a left turn, Foxtrot Alpha, on the roll, contact ground 118.57. Have a great evening.
Foxtrot Alpha on the roll here, and it's going to be ground at 118.57 for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Hey, appreciate you too.
Did I get the right one here? Foxtrot Alpha, yep, just making sure before I went too far. Honestly, I didn't want to have to do this, but I think it's about time we had a conversation about putting you in a home. I'm going to assume that that's because I never get my numbers right. I'm just doing too much. Landing the plane, remembering all the things to do, being incredibly witty and entertaining. I think that FedEx has got a spot in the middle. I thought that FedEx is down here, in the middle down here off of runway 15 left. And East Cargo is somebody else. 11875. Chris didn't know the E-Jets. I don't think that they're ready for it yet. At least not that I know of. Maybe they just did an update, Chris. But I still have a devil of a time getting that to work.
American 1959, cross 26 left at November Echo, contact ground 121.7.
There is also FedEx stuff at East Cargo. Good, that's where the barbecue is.
Left on November Echo, and on the other side, contact ground.
Houston ground, hi there from FedEx 441 is on Foxtrot Alpha heading to East Cargo tonight.
FedEx 441, Houston ground. East Cargo taxi via Foxtrot Hotel, Echo Bravo, your discretion. You have a good night.
Foxtrot Hotel, Echo Bravo, and then whatever we're going to do for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a really great weekend.
You too, Mr. Spy.
Foxy Hotel, Echo,
FedEx
and Echo
left
Bravo.
On Bravo, hold short November Romeo.
Echo Bravo, and
Left
then any one
Bravo,
of these we want.
Romeo,
Pauliette is pretty sure that we could convince a judge that I have lost my capacity. Oh, wait. Yes, Pauliette is a judge. So, yeah, there we go. Well, I know that there are enough people in chat to tell me when it's time for me to go to a nursing home. And yes, we did keep the pandas heavy. Happy, not heavy. I was just coming over here to see how was our landing. There was a little bit of a float here. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, we were pretty close to the target, and it was a -207 and 1
Ground,
G.
you got 1181, spot 11.
I'm going to say that's not a bad landing.
1181
In a
Houston
big
ground,
777
roger.
like this, I think that's really good. I think that was a very good landing for a big monster 777. I'm not going to do unsportsmanlike celebration about that, but I think it works. Aerosoft got 2024. That's right, we get to see miles and miles of Texas, don't we? Wilson volleyballs bouncing all over the place. I guess it's a little bit too early for us to sing The Stars at Night are Big and Bright deep in the heart of Texas. We should do strobes and landing lights. We're blinding people. No APU. Any Builds has announced Manchester.
United 1181 behind the FedEx MD11, left on November Bravo. hold short November
Loviz
Romeo.
says
All right, behind the
that there's
FedEx
another
MD11, left on
GSX
November
update.
Bravo, hold short November Romeo for United 1181.
FedEx 820 heavy, short of November Romeo, contact west ground 121.7.
From Romeo, contact west ground 121.7, FedEx 820.
Okay, so we're going to come down here, Foxtrot Hotel, and then Echo Echo. There was a time when taxiing around Houston, taxiing around Manchester was a little bit too confusing. Then, all of a sudden, we got Houston. Ghost in the Chat is back. Welcome back, Ghost in the Chat. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming
United
by today.
1181 when short of November Romeo, contact ground 121.7.
All right, we're short of November
We're
Romeo.
going
we'll
over
contact
to
ground 121.7.
Los Angeles, and we're going to go over to Vegas. Okay, here's a bridge. Low-vis, the double letters will drive you absolutely batty. I understand what they mean. So, you know, we've got all the November hotels and all of that. Then, you know, all of the Novembers are taxiways on the north side of the airport. Then there's the W's for the west side. Then there's the S's for the south side. But the double letters and so normally when I'm copying a taxi clearance, I just type as fast as I can and just type it down. I don't even think. I just type it. And if I just type it out, then I'll usually get it. But it's really crazy. Optimistic realist in a Boeing, so I'm steering with the rudder pedals. You see the rudder pedals down there? And if you're going to do a 90-degree turn or something, then you're going to use the nose wheel tiller. Now in an Airbus, I think you use the tiller pretty much all the time on the ground.
Ground Delta 1572, spot 6, Delta taxi.
But Boeing is going to be, you steer with your rudder pedals.
1572, Houston ground. Left on...
Martel's
November
calling it a
Charlie,
night. Good night,
hold short
Martel.
November Romeo.
Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening.
November Charlie, short of November Romeo, Delta 1572. I assume 15 left.
Delta 1572, it should have said on your PDC.
Fortunately, it did not for Delta 1572.
Delta 1572, hold position.
Hold in Delta 1572.
And we're coming on up here. So Echo, 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 Bravo. And we'll look for a FedEx up here because there's FedEx up here too. See, there's a hangar over there. I see some FedEx planes down there. Nobody up there. Maestro says Memphis. Good night, Martel. Thanks for coming in. Ooh, an Air Berlin chocolate heart.
Delta 1572, left November Charlie, hold short November Romeo.
So we're going to assume that that's FedEx
Charlie,
land down there.
hold short of November Romeo. Can we get a runway assignment for Delta 1572? Delta 1572, I will give you one in just a moment.
The volleyballs may have been bounced about a little bit on that turn.
Delta 478.
Might need a little bit extra oomph here. It is a nice 777 cargo.
Make left on November Charlie, hold short November Romeo.
I think that there's a lot more coordination that's involved for runway selections and stuff than them just saying, okay, you're going to get this one.
Delta 1572, expect 15 left. Contact Houston ground 1 to 1.7.
So I don't think it's just up to somebody to toss something out.
left, 0.7, Delta 1572.
But there are some airports where I don't get a taxi, I don't get a runway. Let's see. Meeches is from the cab. You have no idea. Hey Meeches, thanks for the ATC. Very nice ATC today. I hope you have a really good event. We were a little bit early on this. You're going to have a bunch of FedEx coming down from Memphis in a bit. So be ready for some more FedEx there. It's a special group flight for FedEx Virtual Airlines.
Delta 478, one short of November Romeo, contact ground 1 to 1.7. Delta 478 is 1 to 1.7.
Okay, and we'll come on in here.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Pauliot just gifted a sub to Meeches. Always nice when we can gift a sub to ATC. Thanks, Pauliot. Meeches, thank you for coming in too. Thanks for the nice ATC. Let's see if we can fit in next to this one. Without smashing wingtips. Looks perfect. And stop. There we go. And parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. Oh, I should have stopped engine number 2 as we were coming in. Should have stopped engine number 2 to get that spun down a little bit. So Meeches, all sorts of great safety emotes. We've got seat belts. We've got oxygen masks. So those are good. We have barf bags, we have hot tubs, and in case of a serious emergency, we also have got an AZ5 button in case your nuclear reactor has a big bad problem. So you've got that one in there too. And I should come over here. We're waiting for this engine to spin down. So ground operations. Yeah, we should have cookies too. Chocks. And we'll request ground power. And that means we can punch in ground power, shut off the other engine, come down here and stop our squawking, standby, and that's good. We'll do the beacon, We're done with the hydraulic pumps and our fuel pumps. And those are all good there. We'll do our supernumerary sign over there too. And go to ground vehicles, and the engines have to spin down just a little bit more before we can open our doors. They're pretty big engines and they need a lot more spinach. You can see the one over on this side's almost stopped there, so that's why we can plug this in safely. Wilson would be a great name for a FedEx airplane. Like I said, I always kind of wonder if there aren't any FedEx executives, if any of them are allowed to have a big enough sense of humor to have a Wilson volleyball on their desk like that. It could be that they don't think that's funny at the real FedEx though, but they may even have a special Tom Hanks dining room there too. And now we can do stairs and cargo, and we made it. They kind of want to distance themselves from the movie. Well, they haven't had a Castaway in a while, so it shouldn't be that awful.
Ground, Fairwing 2332. Fairwing 2332, Houston ground, make left November Bravo, hold short November Delta.
And there we go. We made it.
Short November Delta, Fairwing 22.
And we don't have to unload. We can go ahead and get ready for LA to Vegas. So let's see, all sorts of options. We can do a CRJ. Haven't done a CRJ in quite a while. So since we just did a Boeing, maybe we'll try that and see who needs an auto throttle going into Vegas, right? Polyat does not represent cargo airlines as a firm. That's kind of sad. Well, cargo airlines need love too.
New recruit detected.
I don't know. I think that
Welcome
that's
aboard,
growth.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Although my guess is that probably introduces all sorts of other kinds of legal things that you would have to be ready for since it's all cargo. Let's see. Factual Ruse. I don't even know if I got your name right, but thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. All right, we're going to go from LA to Vegas. Vegas is probably the usual suspects. So is LA. So we'll plan 25 right, 25 right, and in Vegas, two 5 right, and 26 left. Well, it was a different time then. Okay, so all of this will go into Vegas and Express Park's down here. Let's go and let's see. Throttles are good. Russ is going to watch the Tigers whip up on the Phillies today. I think we're talking about baseball. Hey, Russ, thanks for flying. Thank you for getting all the CTAF frequencies and everything for us. Have a great evening. We'll check in with you next time. Have a great evening. Good night. Let's see. They did sign off on the movie way back when, but yeah, a lot of stuff's changed. I'm going to guess they wouldn't do that today. It is hard for a package to complain about being mishandled. Yes, but a delivery customer can probably complain a lot. Full steam ahead on space right now. Yeah, Polyat got to go and do this whole big seminar on space law. There is actually law in space. Pratt PT says, Spy Hat, we're going to have to go with this one since we're taking a CRJ. And hydrate. Let's do hydration too. So there's already space law, which is kind of amazing to me. Okay, we're going to be a CRJ, KLAX, KLAS. We're going to be CRJing. And I usually do the 550 because it's got a first class section. And in fact, you've signed 6 space. Really? That is incredibly exciting and cool. I mean, that really is. Okay, we need 25 right for our departure. And 26 left is already in, so that's good. Fuel planning. Let's do, we only need 15 minutes of extra fuel, right? It is really exciting that you've already signed clients for that. Orca departure, Rounders arrival. That sounds like a flight to Vegas to me. Here comes a flight plan. And I need a PDF file. And that needs to be on the desktop. You do need a PDF file, although the CRJ does have very nice, the CRJ has really nice charts now. So that works really good. It's a CRJ 5. And this is going to be... All right, that looks good. I'm going to try and update a title. Let's see if I can do it without causing an incident. I don't think that caused an incident. And here comes my flight plan is now linked. If you're over in Twitch, you can snag that too. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. And VATSIM. All right, flight level 290. That's probably okay. How about flight level 270? That might be just a touch too high. How about 270? And file. Couillard spotted a Cybertruck. Do they transform? No, but some people claim that they mistake them for dumpsters. Sorry, that was mean and catty. But it was funny, right? Okay, all that looks good. Well, they also put Shatner aboard, you know, Blue Feather or whatever it's called. So, you know, they're not going to put Shatner on something that's going to blow up. Can you imagine? We're the space company that killed William Shatner. Blue Origin. Blue Origin. Okay. Yeah, we're the space company that killed the actor who played Captain Kirk. That would be really bad. That would live well into the time of when Starfleet Command actually happens, if it does. CRJ 5. All right, I need a route. Blue Feather. Okay, at least I got the color right. Yeah, I got the color right. Yeah, I better watch out because Twitch is what's keeping me alive right now. It's keeping me alive right now, so I better not say anything bad about Blue Feather. I'll get in trouble. Okay, free flight. That's right. I'm so very grateful that they are here and they have this thing about Twitch because I seriously don't know what I would have done without them. Okay, CRJ, we want the 550. And save and go back. Yes, yes, poor Shatner having to walk up 9 flights of stairs. Well, KLAX, Los Angeles. Okay, let's go and get the map up. And we're going down here. Got a gate number. Okay. So over here, we have our flight plan. We don't need that squawk code. We don't need that climb and maintain. We don't need that Houston taxi. And we've got our runways. And I should put those question marks before. Loviz says we should try and fly into Kiev. Glad I remembered that. Okay. Got that. Hey, Mustache, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. The scariest part, and I think I'm caught up. Okay, what else do we need? There are actually more companies working in the space industry than you'd think. It's one of the reasons why you're making the huge push to get the clients early on. That would be actually, I mean, of all the, if I were to get out of this and stuff, working for the company that is building the battery, the all-electric airplane, or a space company would be so cool. Lots to load, so I'm going to give it just a little bit of breathing room here. I don't know why it is, but the nose wheel is always twisted over to the right for some reason. Boom Air. Look at that. That's the air conditioner on the side. It's called Boom Air. How about that? Boom Air. Okay, Control C. Poliot needs a T-boy. A T-boy. So somebody to make tea? Yeah. You trust a Yank to make tea in the UK? Shatter is 90. Oh, really? I know. Sharp, very sharp. Well, if you're Shatner, I can't imagine not being curious about the world after his life. And we are a CRJ 5 and connect. Oh, it's not a 5, it's a 7. It's a CRJ 7. I have been well educated. I actually have learned, my first education on making tea was from Katie Pilot, when I learned that you do not put the milk in until last. You put the milk in first and somebody is going to punch you. Mustache is in and says, Stretch, good idea. If you put the milk into your tea first, that's going to cause an altercation. This would be a great airplane for them to include an open the door button like they have in the, you know how you can open the door in the Phoenix? This would be a good airplane to do that with, but you have to shift C to go in there. Okay, come over here and hold down the screen for a bit, and that'll turn it on. We're on VATSIM. And we go to aircraft. I'm going to hit my cold and dark button first. We have chocks in place. I need ground power. Passenger door. Cargo. Let's do guardrails and the jetway. Seems unusually quiet here in LA. Poliot wants to meet Neil deGrasse Tyson. Import our OPF. That looks good. I don't know if GSX does a lot with this airplane. Why don't we just do it normally? Okay, battery master. And AC, ground is on. Nav lights, 3A switch on the hydraulic panel. Windshield heaters, emergency exit lights are armed, no smoking switches are on, and recirculating fans are on. And I also like to turn up integrated lighting because it just makes it easier to read. And as everything's coming up here, we'll do integrated lighting over here. And integrated lighting down here. And the airplane comes to life. We'll turn off these guys. Okay, start up on this one. Let's do position init. We are at Los Angeles, KLAX. Los Angeles. We are at gate 82. Go to page 2, snag a GPS position in the scratch pad, compare that with your gate, and it should be very close. Pop that in there. Come down here, and we need to go nav and nav. Hey, you know, I could probably be a good tea boy. I'm good at making some coffees. I mean, I was a bartender for 2 summer seasons at the Irish pub at the lake. Making tea the right way is actually a Discord rule. Milk before tea bag, banned. We might be an international crew, but even across the pond there are limits. Steep the tea bag first, then add milk. Some things are sacred. I mean, if that's an actual rule in there, that's a good rule to have. If we didn't have a rule like that, Katie Pilot would probably tell one of those people that would start a fight about it. I know, see, that's the other thing. I mean, when I was watching that one live stream when Katie Pilot was telling us all about, you know, milk and tea, what seemed crazy about it to me is I don't put anything in my tea. I just don't put anything in my tea. Sugar or, so no lumps and no milk. There is a pizza rule too. No pineapple on your pizza. Pizza racers, see, that's the other thing. I'm shocked that they would use tea bags. I always thought over in the UK, it's the loose leaf kind of tea as opposed to like a Lipton tea bag or something like that. I didn't think that they did that. ACARS, departure Los Angeles to Vegas, Orca, Rounders 270, 5154, cleared Orca departure 5,000 feet. Departure frequencies 128.5. They are convenient, but yeah, from what I hear, the loose leaf is supposed to produce the superior cup of tea. And so what you do is you basically have that loose leaf and, you know, pour it, you know, heat the water, pour it over the loose leaf into your pot. And then it has to steep for like 7 minutes or something. There's a specific number. Otherwise, it's big trouble. Origin. Okay. KLAX, Los Angeles. KLAS, Vegas. Our alternate is Ontario. Wow, Ontario. That's an unusual one. AZ is having a freshly brewed cup of tea. SK says sugar in your tea, but nothing else. So one of the things that I like to put in coffee every now and then, especially in the wintertime and during the holidays, is Baileys. Can you put Baileys in a cup of tea and not get somebody punching your lights out? We are united. And our first waypoint is Misen, M-I-S-E-N. And by the way, that is our only waypoint. Execute it. Sim Murray says no way you can't do that. And SK says your mom put Bailey's in her tea. Well, it's just it. No, Sim Murray says you only put alcohol in coffee. Okay. Loviz says you can put Bailey's in tequila. It's really? But Bailey's in tequila. That sounds like a real hangover waiting to happen, let me tell you. 25 right. Orca departure. Missing transition. Execute. Loviz used to be a bartender, and it's a horrible hangout. I know. Bailey's and tequila in the same beverage? I don't even know if that tastes good. I don't even know if that would taste very good. Yeah, the Drunken Sheep for sure. ZLP. Okay, coming into Vegas. You know what? We really should come over here first. And let's go to charts. And get our stuff. Turn it to night charts because they're cooler. Lopez says no, it's actually kind of smooth. Sim Murray says Sambuca is topped with a small Bailey's. It's called a slippery nipple. Sim Murray was a barman for 30 years in Ireland. Sim Murray knows. No bay leaves? No, Bailey's, the Irish cream, the creamy Irish beverage. The creamy Irish beverage. Okay, Orca. And remember your departure heading, Docker and back to Clipper. Oh my gosh, poor Low. Okay, we got to change the subject. Low Viz is got a queasy stomach just listening to this. Yeah, it's like I used to get when people, I had one girlfriend that would, like, the one adult beverage that I can't have is Jack Daniels without getting like that. And she would make jokes about that. And whenever we would go to Applebee's, she would always get the Applebee's Jack Daniels steak because she knew that it made me. Yeah, it was one of those. What have you come back to? Espresso Kate, welcome back in. The Rounders arrival. I assure you everything's okay. You could put it over in Discord and we'll try and get to it. And our approach is 26 left. Something about women are evil? Where did that come from, JSG Droid? I'm missing too much chat. I should just concentrate on my flight and not read, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble. I really like this app. I mean, it's so easy to stack up your charts. It really is easy to stack up your charts. And this is going to put us out at Bourbon. More booze talk. Sorry about that. Okay, so. And our runway, it's going to be the ILS. I think it's the Zulu. Is that what we pick up at Bourbon? No. I think we want the Yankee for that. I think we want the Yankee on that one. Two 6 left. Just this pick it up at Bourbon? Yeah, this is, you want the Yankee. We definitely want the Yankee for that. And the Echo terminal, that's good. Okay, that's better. So it's Bourbon and it's the ILS Yankee for runway 26 left. ILS 26 left, Yankee. Rounders arrival. Rounders via Mizzen and via Bourbon. Burp. Yeah, that one was not necessarily the, you know, relationship made in heaven or anything. It wasn't bad, you know, sort of not great, not terrible, I don't know. Flight level 270. And if we have to go to our alternate, it's 26,000 feet. And that takes us back to, okay, cool. We have to load the plane. So flight plan, set payload and fuel, or you can do it manually. Manually is pretty easy. We have 46 passengers. So 46 passengers and enter. Now we're going to delete that cargo, because I usually put the cargo in the back. And that's going to be and weight fuel is going to be 3714. 3714. Enter. And our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 24,102. Oh, I put an extra zero. 24.8. This is pretty close, so that's good. Gaming Banana is. Hey, Gaming Banana is over on YouTube. Flight Sim Aviation, thank you for popping that in. We are in a CRJ. So this is a CRJ. We're in Los Angeles, like Flight Sim Aviation said, and we're going to Vegas. And we're going to open up the flap. That's a little bit more balanced. Okay, set the payload in the sim. Payload is set. I'm going to set our data over to the FMS. We're going to go flaps 8. It's dry in LA, and set our bugs for takeoff. And all of these numbers are good. So execute those numbers and go to page 2. Page 2 is cruise winds, 252 degrees at 36 knots. Is our cruise winds, so a bit of a tailwind going out to Vegas. Our temperature deviation is plus 15 degrees because it's summertime and it's hot in the southwest. Execute that. Our estimated time of departure, it's 23:44. I'm going to say 0000, top of the hour. Execute that. No reason to do VNAV. Let's go to performance. Hey, Jersey Pilot. Jersey Pilot did Dublin to Birmingham in a Ryanair 737. Did you take Giselle with you, Jersey Pilot? Hi, Pizza Racer is lost. You went to the Discord. Oh, that is a whole new thing because of some of the new laws that are taking effect that you have to do. It's not very easy. All right, is the flap open? APU door is closed. We need to open the APU door. Giselle was doing something else. And I see the flap is open. Now can we start? Now we got to start. Cool. Now we got the APU starting. Great. Thank you for helping out. All right, altimeter here in beautiful downtown Los Angeles is LAX. 3007. How about that? 2 3007s in a row for us today. 3007 is good. Our heading off the runway is going to be a different heading because we're on the Orca departure. So the smart heading for us is going to be runway heading and then 236 degrees. So 236 is what we should set. 236, 236. And we're cleared to 5,000 feet. Okay, all that looks good. APU is up and running. Let's disconnect ground power. Airplane is loaded. So aircraft, we're going to disconnect the ground power cart and we're going to close the cargo. Cargo's closing. All right, that looks really good. Let's see. I'm going to go and close the doors manually and then we'll have GSX push us back. So toggle the jetway. Here goes our jetway. Let's see. Usually here at LA, tower is up, so that probably means push and starts on us. Call ready for taxi. There goes our jetway. And I think we're almost ready to close the doors. Passenger door closed. Removed, closed, closed, closed. The parking brake is on. I'm going to pull my chocks. And that's going to get us off that page. Over to charts. We're over here. We'll report holding short probably of Charlie. Hi, BV Hawk. Welcome on in and happy finally Friday. So this is the Charlie 6. And 120.95. Oh, forgot a 0. 120.950. We did get a squawk code with our clearance. We're going to squawk 5154. 5154. And we've cleared all moorings. Let's see what GSX does. Emergosa is here. Hi, Emergosa.
Stay sharp.
Prepare for pushback and startup. Wow, haven't had to do one of those sneezes in a while. Meeches just followed. Meeches was air traffic control for us over in Houston.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Welcome on in, Meeches. Thank you for following. Thanks for the great ATC coming into Houston. The event's just getting underway, I guess. Okay, let's see. Over here, let's do performance. And we're going to get a flex temperature of 48 degrees. So we're going to save a little gas, a little wear and tear on the engine.
Bypass pin inserted.
And everything's good there. Back to the load sheet. We're done. And charts. Get the radio on. I think the radio's on. I don't hear anybody.
Locking gear.
Wow, 2 big bad sneezes in a row. Let's start squawking. 120.95. Is that what we have over here too? 120.95. We would like advisory VNAV. And that's good. LAX reminds you of the one time you had a not so perfect departure in a 737 while Arch was... Oh, when I had a not so perfect. Yeah, that was a fun departure. Spot 1 facing south. Spot 1 or spot 3 on C6. I don't have spots on this one. Do we have it over here? We don't have spots on that either.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, all of that looks good. Let's do cabin signs. The rest of our hydraulic pumps. We need to do one last irritating thing here. Our landing elevation is 2,181 feet. 2,181 feet. Gaming Banana wants to fly from Munich to Herculon. That would be a really nice flight. I love flying in the Greek islands. 1,840, 40, 60, 80, 90, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That should be 2, 6, 8, 10. There we go. 2181. We're at 2,200. I went one too many. 2180. That's as close as we're going to get.
1959 LA Tower, push the ramps at your discretion, call for taxi.
So you, Tim Dog, you saw that one? Yeah, see, the problem is, the problem that day is, so I was using the old side stick, the Thrustmaster, and it was starting to get a little bit dodgy and stuff. And after we took off from LA, I wanted to look outside. And I spent too much time looking outside. The nose went up a little bit too much, stalled out, and crashed into Arch NDA's VOR. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. It was bad.
Commencing push.
Beacon. Hydraulics are on. And so that's what happened with that. Fuel boosters. And we're past the line. So we can come up here and start engine number 1. Starting 1. Engine number 1 starts. N2 is going up. And we need 20%. And fuel. Tim Dog, yeah, Arch was also live streaming that day too. And now it's going to pull us out. It's a push and pull. That's pretty impressive. It was a fun day. That was a fun day for sure. Starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. And you know, everything happened the way it was supposed to. When you have an incident like that, you just tell whoever you're under control, hey, we had a sim error. I screwed up. We're disconnecting now. See you later. And it worked out just fine. There's spot 3. And there's spot 3.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. All right, and we're getting 2 good starts on our engines. They look great. So let's get the packs on, because I'll bet it gets stuffy in this airplane. We're done with the APU. APU is on.
Spy, do you need
Pro
a
Peter's on, and the Volanta voice got me. Man, I've had terrible time with Volanta today. I've had 3 Volanta issues. All right, we got Volanta. Thank you. Then again, I mean, the court has already determined that I need a keeper of some sort, so there we go.
Tow truck disconnected, bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Okay, yaw dampers, stabilizer trim, mock trim. ECAM checklist is almost clear, but performance, we need a trim setting, which is going to be 7.5. So trim is 7.5 for, oh, we're at 7.5. Really? I've always had to set trim. Nope, 7.5. Trim is set. I think we're ready to go. There was our salute and release from guidance. The CRJ is a very nice looking airplane. It's just so, I don't have claustrophobia or anything. It's just such a small cabin, especially if you're over 6 feet tall. So that becomes a little bit unfun. Takeoff mode is now set. Taxi light on. Cabin call. Parking brake off. We'll go up to spot 1 and call for taxi. LAX ATIS information Kila is current. LA Tower, hi there from United 441, a CRJ on Charlie 6 coming up to spot 1 with information Kila requesting taxi. Oh, no, I didn't have the radio on. LA Tower, apologies from United 441. We didn't have the radio turned up. Spot 1 with Kila requesting taxi.
United 441, LA Tower, runway 25 right, taxi via Charlie 6, Bravo.
Charlie 6 and Bravo, we're going to runway 25 right from United 441. Thanks.
So 1748, cross runway 25 right at Lima, hold short of Charlie.
Delta 1748, cross runway 25 right at Lima, hold short of Charlie.
Delta 1748, correction, taxi via Lima.
Pizza Racer, I'm sorry it's kind of
Delta.
frustrating for you on that. I know that some of that is changed on Discord. I don't kind of pretend to understand everything that's going on with it, but those changes are kind of necessary because laws around the world are changing.
1959, LA Tower, runway 25 right, taxi via Charlie 7, Bravo.
Charlie 7 Bravo will follow this company for, 1959.
Uh-oh, did I?
Your company made a wrong turn, stand by. United 441, make a next right turn, should be Charlie 5, and then left turn to join Bravo.
Charlie 5, left turn to Bravo for United 441.
Thank you. United 1959, continue straight ahead, second taxiway, and then it's going to be Bravo. Make a left on Bravo all the way to the end.
Or listen and not follow that company anymore for, that's Bravo.
Thanks.
I'm a bad influence.
Delta 841, cross runway 24 left at Yankee, taxi via Echo to the ramp.
Yankee Echo to the ramp, 841. Is it possible to get a temporary hold that drains the loading and glitching a bit?
John Grinham is over on YouTube for the first time. Hi, John. Welcome aboard. Okay, everything's looking pretty good here. And I think we're ready to go. Trim is set. Flaps. 8. And takeoff config is good. We're ready to go. So there is, I think that's JSG Droid behind us. Yep, the company took the wrong turn. Okay, everything's good here. It's going to be heading hold off the runway.
Delta 1748.
We're good to go there.
Alright, Delta.
Delta 1748, right turn on Delta, taxi the ramp, good night.
Taxi the ramp, Delta.
Takeoff
Delta
is
Echo
set.
Golf, Echo Golf, fly runway heading, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, and just verify your squawk 1200.
Minimum fuel is 3111. Fuel aboard is 3640. We got more than enough fuel to make it.
Delta 841, we're ready for taxi.
There's Bravo 1
Delta
and over
841,
on the
thanks, taxi,
Orca
Echo to the
departure.
Echo to the ramp,
There we go.
Los Angeles Tower, Delta 2670, 10 miles final, Ireland 24 right.
Delta 2678, Allied Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, Delta 2670.
Reversers in case we have to stop. Pizza Racer was describing something. France to Cordoba, you taxied. The right door was open. Everything works, but it was kind of odd. You know, well, with those kinds of airplanes, you can take off, you know, with doors open.
Delta Echo Golf, your squawk 1200. It looks like you turned your transponder off. Standby.
I once took off in the Cessna 150.
Delta Echo Golf, can you squawk mode normal? Is altitude reporting mode enabled?
And I left the door open, not the door open, but the seatbelt was hanging out of the door.
Okay, I got two aircraft behind you. I'm gonna have to park you somewhere. Can you taxi down the runway a little bit, and I can pull you off?
Yeah, we'll taxi down the runway.
Okay, Delta Echo Golf, taxi via runway 25 right, turn right at Foxtrot and stop.
The secret button in the CRJ, JSG droid. So to get takeoff, the takeoff secret button
I need to stop after the hold bar.
is
Taxi via runway 25
right here.
and Foxtrot.
It's the side of the rudder, the side of the throttle, and you just need to do one of them.
Thank you.
And that'll put it in takeoff mode. I think that's the airplane that Tower's talking to. Okay, we got LA Tower, and that's it. After that, it's going to be Unicom.
841, where would you like us to turn off of Echo?
Delta 841, any of the next taxi lanes should work. You have Delta 9 through Delta 7. Those all go into the terminal.
All the lights are good. Probe heaters, windshield heaters, packs.
LA American 209.
Did not turn on the AC. The passengers are getting a little steamy back there.
Reduce to American 209, go around.
Uh-oh.
American 209, LA Tower, go around. Yeah, I got it. American 209, maintain 2000.
Got enough fuel.
American 209, maintain 2000.
Maintain 2000.
Thank you.
Los Angeles Tower, Allegiant 68, reporting with you.
Allegiant 68, Allied Tower, Allegiant 68, Allied Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land, wind 25012.
Clear to land 24.
Hi, CLP7.
left,
Are
right.
you shocked about something today?
Allegiant 68 negative, runway 24 right, that looks like that's what you're lined up for.
Alrighty, 24 right from Allegiant 68.
Thank you. American 209, fly runway heading. Fly runway heading.
American 209,
Okay,
that's...
United 441, is that traffic off the runway? It looks like they're in some, I'm not sure what they're doing, but are they off the runway?
United 441, I'm just going to do a quick check with the drone cam, and it looks like, yes, they are off the runway between 25 right and 25 left.
Okay, just want to make sure. United 441, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right, clear for takeoff. RNAV Docker for United 441. Here we go.
American 209, frequency change, proof C on the next pass.
Yep, see ya.
They're probably having a hard time seeing that airplane.
Delta Echo Golf, are you lost?
Lost and alone on some forgotten highway. Forgotten by many, traveled by few. Okay, there's takeoff.
Yeah, 1959, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 25 right.
And flex is set. 80 knots. Little bit of a right rudder on takeoff today.
Dial 2670, cross runway 24
D1.
left, taxi be active to the ramp.
Rotate.
Cross 24 left, echo to the ramp, Delta 2670.
Positive climb, gear going up. This is the dangerous time of flight. This is when the LA VOR will fly up in the air and hit your airplane and cause you to crash. So long, LA. RNAV to Docker.
United 1959, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Reversers off.
United 1959, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff, United 1959.
Good evening, Liberia 03 Romeo Tango Heavy, gate 156, with Kilo on board, ready for push.
Flaps. And speed. And AP
Iberian
engage.
3 Romeo Tango Heavy, LA Tower, push on to Kilo's approved, face south.
Facing south, on to Kilo approved, 03 Romeo Tango.
There's Docker. Flaps up. I guess I hit him really hard on that. Okay, after Docker, it's 256 degrees. Heading is 236. And there's 5,000.
United 441, forget to change approved.
Over to Unicom for United 441. Thanks for some nice ATC. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, see ya. And 1959, forget to change approved.
Pretty change approved for United 1959.
American 2456, Mike check.
Wrong
Allegiant 60
way.
across runway 24 left at Whiskey, taxi via Echo to the ramp.
And let's turn back around and head on in.
Over 26 left and taxi Whiskey to the right.
Now we want to put
American
the bug
2456, LA Tower, you're loud and clear.
at 220. And let's come on over here and change the frequency. 122.8. That looks good. And now we're heading back to... And we're going to go back to Clipper now. And I have to be above 10,000 feet. So let's continue the climb. If I remember right, they usually climb you to about like, 15,000 or so at this point. So let's continue our climb to 15,000. There we go. And climb power. There's climb power. And speed. There's our turn. Let's continue on around and see if we can't find Docker. This is a really complex little airplane. So if you're kind of lost at all the stuff that I'm doing here, this airplane really will keep you running. It's not that it's more complex, but there are a lot more things that you have to do. This airplane, for example, does not have auto throttles like our Boeings and our Airbuses do. So you've got to monitor, manage your own speed. 220. And if there's speeds here, so there were no speeds on this, but we're heading back to Clipper and we have to be above 10,000 feet. We're going to make it there just fine. And that looks good. And let's do direct to Clipper and execute that. And now nav should have us. There we go. That looks good. Let's see. So Gaming Banana is a theme park game where you build a theme park. Something is broken. I hope I don't have to delete the coaster because of it. Well, as long as you don't have your Tyrannosaurus Rex going out to eat the little kids on the coaster, you're probably fine, he said, with, you know, attempting to do some sort of a sly answer, but it probably wasn't very good. But Flight Sim Aviation, this is a little more complex than other airplanes for sure. Lights off, 10,000 foot cabin call. And let's go and start speeding up now. And I usually do my initial speed up here at about 270. And we're just over the airport. You can see LAX right below us now. This is an interesting departure. This is probably not the best of departures to try and take this airplane on. And we're going over to Kegs. Heading hold straight up. And our final cruise was flight level 270. Let's just clear ourselves up to flight level 270. The other thing about this airplane is the numbers in the autopilot are like, the primary flight display are so freaking small. And it's just hard to see them. Okay, there's 270. And everything's good over here. We're in climb mode. Okay, after takeoff check items. Flaps are up. Reversers are disarmed. Landing gear is up. We're in good shape. FedEx 120 is all airborne on time, and in this case FedEx 120 has to be on time because it is also a FedEx virtual event flight that LoViz is on, so you've got to do an on-time departure, which mirrors a real-world flight that LoViz is flying. And LoViz is Memphis to Houston. There's 15,000 feet. And out we go on the departure. Passengers enjoying nice views. And the sounds on this airplane are really pretty cool too. Gaming Banana fixed it. No kids were injured in the roller coaster. So your theme park gets to stay open. If you like theme park games, Polyut was playing a build your own Jurassic Park theme park thing. Go around acknowledge you got the A319 and 21 expansion pack for the Phoenix. Yeah. I think the A320 is really nice, but eventually I think you're going to want the 19 and the 21. For sure. Especially the little baby bus. Altimeter 2992, standard altimeter at 18,000 feet. Let's let the cabin crew get up. Cabin crew's getting up. But yeah, I mean, I've really enjoyed having both of those too. That's right. I mean, when the Neos release, just another airplane to pick up. And our climb's going really good. We are 102 miles from our top of descent. Let's see. J-Man Idol is excited for the Neos. I have no idea when to expect them, but now with the new Phoenix big Phoenix update that's out, I imagine they're going to probably do what? A couple of weeks or two of bug fixes, and then I bet they're going to be going to work on those. No idea what to expect for the price on the Neos right now. I have no clue. And there's our departure, and everything looks good. We're not going back to LA. I'm going to clear those charts. Let's see what awaits us in Vegas. Well, it looks like Vegas has gone to sleep. So, let's go over and do digital ATIS for the real Vegas. KLAS Vegas. Information KIAH is current. There's the latest METAR for you for Vegas. Visual approach is in use. Landing runway 26 left and 19 right. We're expecting 26 left. Check density altitude. Helicopters over the strip. And there's 23,000 feet. I'm going to go seatbelts to auto. And everything's good here. We are 196 miles from Vegas. We're 84 miles from top of descent. We should be landing in Vegas in about 40 minutes. If it's getting late where you are and wondering how much longer we're going to be flying today, want to see the landing. We've got about 40 minutes of flying. Loviz, I think, yeah, that's a good statement that Loviz makes. I think they've got reasonable prices too. Their airplanes perform very, very well. And they're adding levels of depth to those airplanes that I'm really excited about. So definitely agree with that for sure. I'm just adding something to my weekly flight list so I can check it regularly. Okay, all set and ready to go. Pizza Racer says it's almost 2:18 a.m. It is almost early unless you've been up all night long. Just like Lionel Richie. Okay, here we are coming on up here. So we'll cruise at about 300, 310. So what's going to happen is this is going to start flashing at us in about another 700 feet, reminding us, hey, the climb's almost over. You've got to manage your own speed. And that can be really entertaining here in the exciting world. So there it is right there. So now I'm going to reset this speed indicator to 310. And then we're going to start to speed up a little bit. And there's our final cruise at 27,000 feet. And it's not an auto throttle, so you've got to adjust your throttles accordingly. Got very, very quiet around LA. I guess probably all the controllers are going to Houston. Okay, over here you can see we're still in climb mode. So I'm going to go and pull my throttles out of climb mode. Now we're in cruise, but I'm going to leave them at the top of that while we're accelerating. And you can see we're coming up on 310 knots pretty quick. So I'm going to start to pull them back just a touch to reduce our acceleration a bit. Getting close to the VNE speed, velocity never exceed. And it's really, really small adjustments on my throttles. I don't know what it's like in the real airplane, but it's really kind of cool here. Tomorrow's first flight is into Kiev. We could fly out of Innsbruck. And there we are, 310 knots. And if we make a turn, we're going to have to watch our speed too, because the wind is going to change with that. And we are 52 miles from top of descent. This is a short hop, perfect for a CRJ. Coming on in on the Rounders arrival, our first big altitude after Mizzen is we don't want to go any lower than flight level 240. And generally with this airplane, it's just advisory VNAV. So we kind of have to walk it down ourselves. Let's go ahead and also set our minimums for the ILS. And our ILS minimums today, 2,269 feet. Fortunately, it's a lot easier to set this than it used to be. John's on YouTube. Happy Monday. It's now Monday for John. Happy Monday, John. Wait a minute. Monday? It's Saturday. It can't be Monday yet. That's not fair to anybody. 2,269 feet. 50, 60, 270. Minimums are set. You do this a little bit early in this airplane. No, it can't be Monday. Speed's good. And we're 40 miles from top of descent. And our first altitude on the Rounders arrival is going to be above flight level 240 at Mizzen. So I'm going to go in no ATC. Yep, it's just us. So I'm going to put in flight level 240. So our altitude is set. So it doesn't want us to descend for 36 miles. So that means we don't really have to worry about that flight level 240. We just have to be above it. So after that, it's 190 at Watev. So we'll continue to set that, since that's not where our top of descent is. Okay, there's flight level 190 at Watev. This is a 40 mile, and it says 30 miles. It might be messed up. I say we go ahead and let's go ahead and start this. So I'm going to reduce my speed bug now to 280. And now we're going to pull the throttles back. So throttle's going to go back a little bit here. And we're going to reduce our speed to 280 and then start our descent. This airplane you can take into a major VATSIM event. I've taken this into a Frankfurt Friday. I wouldn't want to do it every day on Frankfurt Friday, but I have taken this on a Frankfurt Friday. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. I don't think that there were any lawsuits. And we didn't have to buff anything out of the paint. Okay, there's coming up on 280 knots. And that looks good. And we're going to do vertical speed on our descent now. And we'll start at about 1,200 feet per minute. And all we have to do now is stay above flight level 240 at mizzen and flight level 190 at WATEV. And if we do that, we haven't busted anything. Also at rounders, we have to slow it down to 250 and be between those two altitudes. So this does keep you busy. We're doing pretty good at holding 280. So we'll just do that for our descent. We are coming into, we need CTAF. KLAS. Vegas CTAF. 119.9. There is CTAF for Vegas. And we'll put that in over here and have it on standby. There we go. All right, a little slow. We're 9 miles from mizzen and 25,000 feet and change, so we're not going to bust the mizzen altitude constraint. So we're good pilots there. Nobody can yell at us. 25,000, let's go ahead and do seatbelts to on. And yes, in this airplane, the seatbelt sign and no smoking signs actually work. Okay, our next speed restriction is 250 knots, but not for a while. But I'm going to set that bug just as a reminder that I'm going to have to slow down in a bit. 3 miles from mizzen, 24,500, we're safe. WATEV, we're going to be above WATEV, so let's get our next altitude. And that's 13,000 feet at rounders. So I'm going to dial in 13,000 feet at rounders. 13,000 feet at rounders. Okay, we're good to go there. Isend is in chat. Welcome aboard. Hey, happy birthday, Isend. Welcome on in. Thanks for telling us it's your birthday, so we get to say happy birthday and put in celebration hats and everything else. I hope you're having a great birthday today and getting to enjoy all sorts of birthday fun. Reset the heading bug straight up. Should ATC pop online and say, make a turn. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to reduce our throttle just a touch and start a gentle slowdown to 250 knots. Here is WATEV. We're 13 miles away. We're not going to bust that altitude constraint. And definitely out over the desert. It's taking all of Isend's willpower to not buy a flight sim setup. Are you talking about like throttles and joysticks and yokes and stuff like that, or just stuff in your computer? Yeah? Well, you know, one of the best things to do is to start off on your flight sim setup by not getting the most expensive joystick. Like, look at the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack. That's kind of what I started with in a way. I actually had some other stuff earlier, but that's a good starter from Thrustmaster, and if you're careful with it, it'll last for a while. And then you can decide, you know, maybe I want to add a little bit more. One thing to put on your list of things to do if you are going to start adding joysticks and rudder pedals and throttles is a powered USB port. You're definitely going to want a powered USB port. Okay, we have to be below 1,600 feet, so we're actually a touch high right now. So I'm going to increase my rate of descent here. Yeah, with all of the things that flight simmers are going to plug in, all the USBs, a powered USB hub is a really good thing to have. I agree. Go around makes a good point. The Ursa Minor side stick is better for your buck in terms of, that's probably the best thing you can do. Irvy's got 2 USB hubs for your flight sim and your racing stuff. I'm going to go back to 15. Yeah, not any USB hub. It does have to be powered like Exponent says. That's a good point. And Winway, I send, go around, acknowledge. That's a good point. The Winwing Ursa Minor is a really good value for a side stick. I'm using that one. I think it's great. I'm also getting other Winwing stuff as it comes out and enjoying that too. Okay, I think we're going to hit the rounders. And we're slowly slowing down to 250 knots, so that's good. Altimeter is 2996. 2996 and 2996. Altimeters are checked and set. 18,000 feet, cabin call. Make sure the flight attendants are on schedule to get everything cleaned up, locked down for the arrival. I think we're going to hit that 16. We might be a little high on that one. So Irvy can just turn off the race stuff and turn on the flight sim stuff. Oh, you can do it. Oh, while you're playing. $10 miles from Rounders. We'll probably be so close to the 16. I'm going to reduce my rate of descent just a bit now. I'm sorry, we've had some big problems with links, so we've had to turn that off. You could tell us what you want. Sorry about that. Lots of little changes to the internet are making things a little more inconvenient for folks. Okay, there's 16.9. We're going to be close enough. Irvy's going to check it out. Thanks for doing that, Irvy. Coming up on 250 knots. Now, this is where it gets complex. So we're going to probably stop our descent a little bit here at this 13,000 feet at Beauty. So we're going to cruise a little bit. So we have to bring our throttle up a bit. Otherwise, we'll get too slow. It's the TCA yoke pack, the Boeing. Oh, we know what that is. There's several people that have the yoke pack, and they're very happy with it. Yeah. So that's really good if that's something that you want. Polyot has been at the desk all day long, all day. Lionel Richie's estate is going to sue me for that. That was bad. Have a great evening. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you tomorrow. Flying into Kyiv tomorrow, Polyot. Have a nice evening. Good night. And we actually just passed Rounders, so we were right on our descent. Apparently somebody can't, I can't be trusted. Well, I am a spy, so there's obviously some shady stuff going on here. We'll reduce our rate of descent a little bit here. And that'll put us right at 1,300 feet, but we'll have to kick this up. We're going to stay out of trouble. Absolutely. All of us will be on our best behavior at all times. And if you believe that, let's not yet. Oh, I'm supposed to say that after you leave. I'm sorry. My timing has just been off today. Polya, thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. See you next time. Yep, timing is everything, and apparently I just don't have it. Getting a little slow. I'm going to get sacked now. Hey, that's okay. I remember when KIAH had to threaten me with being banned for doing ASMR stuff. Although I never really did ASMR, we just kind of threatened to. But apparently that was a bridge too far. So Irby says that the TCA stuff is good. Buckeye just subscribed, resub today. Hey Buckeye, thanks for your resub. Buckeye has been here for 4 months, and thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Super grateful. Thank you, thank you. Manaphy is here. Hi Manaphy. Okay, coming up on Beauty. And our next speed restriction is Red Queen, and that's 210. So 250 for the rest of this. So we're going to have a little bit of a hold here. Probably not much of one. Let's go ahead and do our next altitude, 11. I don't think that's a problem. There's 11,000 feet. Hey Manaphy, you're going to be, are you controlling for the Houston event? That'll be fun for you. I hope you have a good time. We did fly into Houston earlier today, just as the event was kicking into gear. So we were about 5 miles early on that one. A little slow. We're supposed to be at 250 knots. So just gently touch the throttle up. Okay, other things. Let's go in reversers. Are set. Coming over here to performance. We're going to have flaps out. And bugs are set. VREF is 131 as usual. I'm going to go add a few. So 135 for landing. 135 to land. We're going to hit 11,000 feet at Envy. So our next altitude is 9,000 feet at Red Queen. There's 9,000 feet at Red Queen. And we need to bug 210. We got a speed reduction coming down. And that's 210 knots. And we're a touch fast, so we'll run the throttles back just a touch. I think we're going to hit 9,000 just fine, so let's go ahead and get our final which is 8,000 at Bourbon. Irvy is a Quest 3. VR is the next level in the sim. The guy had one of the early Quests. I don't remember anymore, but I remember that was pretty exciting. VR. The thing that got me though, and this was VR in X-Plane. I never really did it with this sim, but you know, we fly kind of a long time, and it was just having the VR glasses on my head that long, it got a little bit, you know, started to get headachy and stuff like that. And passengers getting their first view of Vegas out the window. Hey, there's Sphere Vegas. Let's bring in the map a click now. iSend played No Man's Sky in VR. VR came along so much. So the goggles are now a lot more comfy than in the old days. You know, it was just really rough. I did like Air Car. I had fun with Air Car. 10,000 feet, cabin call, flight attendant, seats for landing, landing lights. Some of the more expensive ones have fans in them to cool your face, really. Okay, we're going to hit Bourbon just fine. So coming around after Bourbon, it's 8,000 feet. And then we'll go to 5 at Huxar on the turn, and that should be good. Fans in VR. Well, that makes sense, actually. And flaps 1. It's going to help us slow down a little bit. And let's go over to CTAF. Vegas traffic. There is a United CRJ 5 miles from Bourbon, setting up for the ILS runway 26 left. Vegas. And now we can increase our rate of descent a bit. Okay, we're going to hit 8,000 at Bourbon. I'm going to go down to the next one, 7,000. And we're going to be above 7,000 at Bishop. I don't know what I did. I'm going to go and let it keep going to 7,000. And let's go and a little more. Still 210 around the turn. Do we have a speed reduction? So there's Bourbon, Hog. Ooh, we got to slow it down to 200 at Hog. So 200 at Hog. And we're going to have to take over. It was about ready to do a funky turn. Okay, thrust is idle. Vegas Traffic United 441's a CRJ turning base for runway 26 left, Vegas.
Vegas traffic Southwest 34 for line up 26 right, Bravo 1.
We'll just go ahead and continue the turn. Nav source, we're going to switch it over to the localizer. I've got glide slope and localizer just fine. Okay, everything's good to go up here. Nothing to worry about there. Reversers are set. We just have to slow down and roll out flaps. And what did we say? 135 to land. 135 to land. Get a little help from the approach now. Kind of overflew just a bit, but we'll catch back up. And descend and maintain 3,000.
Vegas traffic, United 1959. We are beam the airport crossing Red Queen for the
and
ILS
continue the
26 right
turn.
approach. Full stop landing, Vegas.
A little more there. Flaps 8. And we're going to need a little speed there. Stop the descent on us. Okay, better start looking around. Oh, we're way off. AP is off. Captain better fly the plane. Pizza Racer flew into Cordoba today. Okay, let's just bug our final speed here. 135. There we go. Flaps 20. The autopilot is okay in this airplane, but it gets confused very easily. Really easily. And if you're not just spot on, it's going to get cranky with you real fast. There's the runway. And let's reduce our rate of descent now. We've caught up with the glide slope. And we're going to need throttle because this airplane will slow down on you so fast and you just fall out of the sky. More flaps. Vegas Traffic United 441 is a nice little CRJ on finals for runway 26 left landing Vegas.
Southwest 34 for clear, runway 26 and on departure, keeping 56 right. Be advised on the little crosswind on departure from around 2,300 feet.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Flaps are set.
Flight slow. Flight slow.
Vegas, here we come.
Flight slow.
Wouldn't be a spy flight if the airplane isn't yelling at me about the glide slope.
Flight slow.
There's a bit of a wind from the left blowing us to the right here. Got an airplane behind us, so we need to get off the runway quick.
200.
I should listen to the airplane voice? Okay. Landing.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. I had a little bit too much rudder pedal there. Reversers are off. And braking. Hey, there's the Pyramid Hotel. Biggest traffic, runway 26 left is now clear. We're crossing 26 right and taxiing to the Echo Concourse. Happy landings, Vegas. That would be JSG Droid next. Landing lights and strobes. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta cross, we were gonna cross over, so we probably should have left those on. Let's see. Chilean is back in chat. Chilean, we're going to do a departure. I don't know where yet, but we're flying into the Kiev Online event. I was thinking about maybe departing out of Innsbruck. We haven't departed out of Innsbruck. We usually land there. So Innsbruck to Kiev might be fun. I don't know. It could be that's a way too long of a flight. So I don't know. I'll put all those numbers together and post it first thing tomorrow on Discord. Also, there is another event that I've already forgotten that I've already got on the list too. It's a Storm the Bay in San Francisco. So San Francisco flying tomorrow. Austrian airports have great approaches. Yeah, that's why we usually land in Austria, you know, in Vienna or that's why we usually land in Vienna or Innsbruck, because they are very nice. Uh-oh, I think I turned early. I turned too early. No, I didn't. I know Vegas. We've done this before. APU needs to start. APU is starting.
Las Vegas traffic, Frontier flight 1041, taxi 19 left, Gulf Delta.
Well, we'll wait for JSG Droid, so when we get to the gate, we'll look at the Innsbruck flight. It was the weather cam. Of course it was. That's probably good right there. Parking brakes. And did we get the APU up and running? Sure did. Nose light goes off. Probe heaters go off. They're closer to the ground than most jets, and you could end up burning the ground crew. Engines. Slide down here and stop squawking. Stand by. We'll turn off the fuel pumps. Those are good. And the APU is up and running as well. And engines are slower, so we'll do the beacon, seat belts, and go to aircraft, put chocks into place, get a ground power cart, open up our doors, snag a jetway, and all of that looks good. There comes the jetway, and we made it to Vegas. So let's look and see if Innsbruck is a good option for us. Best way to do that is SkyVector. So Innsbruck, Lowi, Lowy, and Kiev is UK, I think it's BB, UKBB. Yeah, that's it. So that's a 795-mile flight. That's kind of long for the first flight if we decide to do that. How about Vienna? Wien is a 500-mile flight, so that's a little bit better. So you just heard United 440 is flying. Really going in? Low-vis is flying into Houston right now. So maybe Vienna to Kiev might be better. So that's LOWW, and that'll be our first route tomorrow. I'll get all the flight data put together for you first thing tomorrow, so that all that's set up and you'll know what we're up to. And then after that, there's a VATSIM event in San Francisco. So we could do that depending upon the time. We could blast off from, I don't know, Portland or Seattle and fly into San Francisco about the time that what happened to my jetway? Oh, the jetway didn't make it out to the airplane. I was gonna say, wait a minute, what happened to our jetway here? Better put the get rid of the jetway and just put those up. And everything else is pretty good for this. Manifee's gonna go to dinner. Good night, Manifee. We'll see you next time. But this really is a great little airplane. Oh, let's see how bad the landing was. Let's see how bad it was. So, review your flight. Vegas. 209? Really? That felt like butter all over the runway. Yeah, we missed the main target here a little bit too. So we're a little bit down the runway, and then we kind of swerved off to the side. It felt like such a great landing, but minus 209, 1.03 Gs. Oh, well. It'll be better tomorrow, right? James came from your stream streak. Hey, James, welcome on in. Flight Sim Aviation, still a good enough landing. Yeah, not great, not terrible. Not great, not terrible. And I think I see JSG Droid over there. So now would be a very good time for me to start doing some of the thank yous that I like to do. It's so nice of you to come in and spend time like this. I mean, the spy flight started 7 hours ago, and I'm so grateful that you came in here. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Wolfie, glad to see you back. I hope you had a good week this week. Thanks for coming in, and I hope you are doing really good. Flying Winnebago, have a wonderful evening. Let's see. As mentioned, we've got some flights for tomorrow. I've got to fix my graphic. It's a little bit off. JSG Droid had a great landing in the CRJ. A minus 136. A very nice landing. Okay, I got to fix that a little bit, but you can see we'll do Vienna to Kiev and then San Francisco fun. Time for me to say thank yous. I guess it's a new month, so all of the gift sub numbers reset. So thank you for the really great support in July. And welcome to the month of August already. Imagine that. Also, it's time for my regular shout out and thank you to the secret agents, the special agents, and the double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for the extra little bit of support. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. It really does make a big difference. And thank you for helping me to keep all this going. JSG Droid is taxiing over there, as you can see, coming on into the gate after a very nice landing rate. Very nice one. and coming on in. So we had some nice CRJ flying too. Probably going to be back in the bus for tomorrow's flight. It's such a cool airplane. But thank you so much for being here. I hope you are having a great Finally Friday. And also, hope you've got good plans for the weekend. And thank you for being here. Again, from the heart. It's so nice to get to spend this kind of time with you and get to have so much fun. So thanks for being here.
Traffic, Frontier Flight 1041, departure 19 left.
And we've got a departure there. Let's go. Moose was over in chat earlier today. Let's head on over to the Moose Lodge. It's always a fun place to go for spies after that. JSG droids safe at the gate. Dinner time here at Spy HQ. Thank you for being here. Have an incredibly good evening. As always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We will see you in the friendly sim skies at 1800 Zulu tomorrow in Vienna. Until then, thanks. Good night. Cheers.